using a different Zoom account, so things may take a little bit to get live.
As we as you were led.
Long, thank you. Okay. Good morning. I'm the Executive Director of the Public Design Commission, and welcome. If you're joining us via Zoom and would like to testify, please sign up through the Google form link shown on the agenda slide and also linked on the meeting agenda. Deborah Martin has agreed to chair today's meeting.
That's better. Good morning, I'm Deborah Martin. Welcome to the Public Design Commission meeting. Today's meeting is being held in person in City Hall. Members of the public can attend and give testimony either in person or remotely. The public meeting is now commencing with the consent agenda and item number 28498 and 28503 through 28524. I meant to bang a gavel now, so I'll just say we're getting started. The staff has noted Commissioner Tish's recusal on item 28498, Commissioner Morgenthal's recusal on item 28503 to 28506, and Commissioner Miranda's recusal on item 28512. Are there any other recusals to note? Okay, let the record show there are no other recusals. Okay, I'll call for the vote now. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote for the consent agenda.
And
Consent-
also turn on the mics, please. Sorry.
Yes, and do turn on your mic when you are stating your vote. Ken Seth Armstead,
Approval.
Isabel Casilla,
Approval.
Lori Hawkinson,
Approval.
Bill Heinzen,
Approval.
Karen Keel,
Approval.
Manuel Miranda, Susan Morgenthau,
Approval.
Carol Tish, Mary Valverde, who is voting remotely,
Approve all.
Jimmy Van Bramer.
Approval.
I also vote to approve all. So let the record show all in favor. The consent agenda is approved. Okay, we'll now continue with the public hearing portion of the meeting. The first item is number 28525, which is the election of Public Design Commission officers. We'll begin our public meeting as per Chapter 37 of the City Charter, Section 853A. The commission shall elect a president, vice president, and secretary from its own members, who number 11, whose terms of office shall be for 1 year and until their successors are elected and have qualified. Commissioners, a general reminder to speak into the microphone when speaking throughout this meeting. So we'll begin with the election of president. I, as acting chair, I open now the floor for nominations for president. Please state your name and your nomination.
Manuel Miranda, I'd like to nominate Deborah Martin for president.
Thank you very much, Manuel.
You're welcome.
Are there any other, and I accept the nomination, are there other nominations for the position of president? Okay, so if there's only one nomination, I hear no other nominations for president, so the nominations are closed. So there being only one nominee, I move to elect myself, Deborah Martin, to the position of president. Which is a weird thing to do, but I just did it. All in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. Thank you, my fellow commissioners. Honored to serve as PDC's next president, and I accept this unanimous approval. Okay, so now the floor is open for nominations for vice president. Please state your name and your nomination.
Susan Morgenthau, representative for MYPL, and I nominate Jimmy Van Bramer for vice president.
Do you consent to this nomination?
Yes.
Okay. Are there other nominations?
Ken Seth Armstead, I nominate myself, vice president.
Okay. Are there other nominations?
Mary Valverde, I am nominating Ken Seth Armstrong.
Okay, thank you. So we have, and you accept the nomination? Okay. So, great. So are there other nominations for the position of vice president? Okay, hearing no other nominations, I declare that the nominations are closed for Vice President. Jimmy Van Bramer and Ken Seth Armstead have been nominated for Vice President. And I will now call a roll call to vote to select a Vice President. When I call your name, please indicate your vote. And then Triyoshi Banerjee will tally your votes, the Executive Director, and relay the final count to me. Ken Seth Armstead,
I will vote. I'm just joking. I'm not going to vote for you, Jimmy. I'm voting for myself.
Isabel Casilla,
I'll be voting for Jimmy.
Lori Hawkinson,
Ken Seth Armstead.
Bill Heinzen,
Jimmy Van Bramer.
Karen Keel,
Jimmy Van Bramer.
Manuel Miranda,
Jimmy Van Bramer.
Susan Morgenthau,
Jimmy Van Bramer.
Carol Tish. Jimmy. And Mary Valverde
Kenseth Armstead.
and Jimmy Van Bramer.
Jimmy Van Bramer.
Okay, okay. I will abstain from this vote. So the final tally is 7 votes for Jimmy, 3 votes for Ken Seth, and 1 abstention. I now declare Jimmy Van Bramer elected Vice President with 7 votes, yes?
Yes.
7 votes to 3 votes. Congratulations, Jimmy. Thank you very much for agreeing to serve as Vice President. I look forward to working with you. And Ken Seth, thank you very much for accepting Mary's nomination. And I'm excited to continue to work with you as a commissioner. Thank you. Okay, now the floor is open for nominations for secretary. Please state your name and your nomination.
Lori Hawkinson, Manuel Miranda.
Manuel, do you accept this nomination?
I do, thank you.
Are there other nominations for the position?
Jimmy Van Bramer. I nominate Isabel Castillo.
Isabel, do you accept that nomination?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, are there other nominations for the position of secretary? Okay, hearing no other nominations for secretary, the nominations are closed. The nominees are Manuel Miranda and Isabel Castilla. We will now have a vote on the position of secretary. And I will call a roll call as before. When I call your name, please indicate your vote. The executive director will tally your votes and relay the final count to me. Ken Seth Armstead,
Manuel.
Isabel Castilla,
Can I abstain?
okay. Lori Hawkinson,
Manuel Miranda.
okay. Bill Heinzen,
Manuel Miranda.
Karen Keel,
Manuel Miranda.
Manuel Miranda. Okay. Susan Morgenthau
Manuel Miranda.
and Meryl Tish and Mary Valverde
Manuel Miranda.
and Jimmy Van Bramer.
I abstain.
Okay, and I will abstain as well. So the final tally is,
8 and 2 abstentions. Wait, there's something. 3 abstentions.
yes. So we have 8 votes in favor of Manuel Miranda for secretary and 3 abstentions. So I declare Manuel Miranda secretary with 8 votes. Thank you very much for agreeing to serve as secretary. And Isabel, thank you very much for running for secretary. And I look forward to working with both of you. Okay, let the record show that that concludes the election of officers. So now, moving on to the public hearing. Next item is 28526, the preliminary review of reconstruction of the Upper Vale, including construction of the Northeast Pavilion in Prospect Park, Flatbush Avenue between Grand Army Plaza and the Prospect Park Zoo in Brooklyn. Per standard procedure, the applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. We can now proceed with the presentation. Thank you. Shriyoshi, has anyone signed up to testify?
We will do that after the presentation.
Okay, fine. So then the presentation. We can begin, please begin.
Hello and good morning. My name is Jillian Pagano and I'm a landscape architect with the Prospect Park Alliance. I'd like to thank the commission for having us return to present the preliminary site design and creation of the Northeast Pavilion slides. Two quick comments before we get started. Christian Zimmerman was unable to make it this morning and he sends his apologies. Also, Svetlana Ragalina, another landscape architect with the Alliance, presented to PDC the concept in May while I was on maternity leave. I was present at that meeting, newly back into the office, so I did hear your questions and your concerns and comments, but she's handed the reins back to me and I will be presenting the preliminary site design today. Since we have already presented the site history, the location, and some of the existing condition and photos, we'll be going through those really quickly, but if at any time you'd like me to stop, I'd be happy to go into more depth. So with all of that said, jumping right back into it, this is the design for the Upper Vale and creation of a Northeast Pavilion, our preliminary design. This total area is approximately 8 acres, and we have 27.5 million of mayoral funding. It was 37.5 million, including the Lower Vale. We're located in the northeast quadrant of Prospect Park. And here you can see the relationship of Flatbush Avenue, Zucker Natural Exploration Area, Nellie's Lawn, and the Lower Vale, which is situated approximately 30 feet below grade. So back in 2017, the Alliance undertook an extensive community outreach effort to create a design vision for the Upper and Lower Vales. The Alliance developed numerous outreach activities, including both virtually and in person, to encourage local community groups, birding groups, historic preservation groups, and environmental groups who use the park to participate. After using $40 million after receiving $40 million in mayoral funding back in 2022, our team set back out to reshare the vision for the Vale and to gather additional feedback from the community. So what we heard was to preserve and enhance the Vale's natural features. We also heard support for the addition of amenities, including a public restroom. We heard to enhance the area with additional trees and plantings. We also heard concern about the impact of the new building and the potential size, but we also heard support in favor of a natural exploration area. In sum, the goals are to create an accessible, restored space that strengthens the ecological significance of the Vale and provide an energy efficient building with amenities for the public. So we have 3 distinct chapters of this space, which originally began in 1868 with the layout of a playground by Olmsted and Vaux. At the turn of the century, McKinley and White transformed this space into a formal rose garden with stone basins and geometric walkways and exotic plantings. And then at 1965, it was reconstructed yet again with concrete basins and lawn and concrete steps surround and adjoin each of the concrete basins. Each of these chapters are represented in plan view here. And a photo of the historic rose garden on the left, followed by the photo of the area just before its 1965 reconstruction. So the basins, the site is comprised of 3 concrete basins. Concrete steps separate each of the basins, as well as lawn and overgrown shrubs surround the entirety of the site. The site is not accessible because of each of the steps at the entrances, the steps between the basins and the lawn. Here, and just a quick reminder of some of the existing photos of the space. Each of our main entrances, broken stone wall, some of the overgrown shrubs, and the perimeter seating. And here we see the approved conceptual plan presented to you in PDC in May. We have moved away from the formal geometry of past design iterations, returning to a restorative and a more natural design style inspired by Olmsted and Vaux. And here we see our preliminary plan with minor revisions to the planted arbor and the natural exploration area. In addition to these minor revisions, the concept design and PDC's comments prompted a further study of 4 issues that we will address in the coming slides. First, the layout of the entrance pathway nearest the Flatbush Park entrance, the integration of shade and the expansion of a STEM course within the natural exploration area, and the layout and typology of our fencing used. The slide has not changed, and as you can see, most of the design removals occur in spaces used to accommodate an accessible pathway or where the building will be constructed. The list on the left shows that they are a majority non-native invasive plant type, and we want to tell you that our proposed plan is planning upwards of 50 new native trees when planted. We remain committed to accessibility, which we're showing through a variety of strategies here. And we want to tell you that we've heard the commission and the birding community's concerns regarding layout, effective layout, and use of fencing. It is our intention to provide clear boundaries to protect the enhanced natural habitat with as little visual impact as possible. We also want to share that these are our concerns to protect our new planting. With that said, we've fully encased the pollinator meadow. The woodland edge will also be protected where visitors would most likely gain access to these spaces. And we're bringing some of the pollinator and woodland planting beyond the fencing into the natural exploration area, inviting guests to use some of this planting to deter them to use entry in the protected areas. We're also in combination using signage to remind visitors where protected spaces are and where spaces are inviting them to interact with the planting. As you can see, well, as our site exists now, the site is comprised of 3 impervious concrete basins, in addition to a monoculture of overgrown yew shrubs and invasive euonymus, with little to no species diversity and little benefit to the birds, the wildlife, and to the public. The proposed design extends the woodlands and connects it to the nearby established plant communities, strengthening the overall diversity and value of planting within Northeast Prospect Park. To inform our planting design, we are collaborating with our landscape management and operations team, in addition to the continuation of our own independent research. Not only does this plan provide additional habitat and refuge for migrating birds, but it also provides food and habitat for a wide range of pollinators. The species selection will be native and will be developed to restore the woodland floor, shrub layer, understory, and canopy layers of the space. And we are still researching alternatives to the planted structure, which we have cited American wisteria. So we're still looking for alternatives for that plant type. And here's our approved conceptual plan of the pollinator meadow and arbor. The entrance pathway is something that we restudied. Shown here, it's an original Olmsted and Box path set between 2 enormous trees, a 35-inch American elm and a 41-inch sycamore. Widening the path or modifying the radius would impact the root zones of important canopy trees. We also believe the slightly hidden nature of the pathway is a strategy that Olmsted employs all throughout Prospect Park to conceal pavements in favor of natural scenery. Visitors will see the arbor in the distance, walking from the entrance, which will lead them further into our site. And to deter desire lines, we plan to maintain and enhance the density of existing planting, in addition to proposing fencing here. And as it exists now, we don't have any desire lines cutting through that corner. Here we see our original concept for the planted arbor and our preliminary plan. As you can see, it's still comprised of metal posts and a wood canopy, but now we're using bronze-clad double posts and a curved wood pattern to complement design elements used in the Northeast Pavilion and to reflect the shape of the pathway beneath. The double posts would be integrated into the wood leaning rail along the east edge of the pathway. We are working together with PAR structural engineers to better understand the sizes of these posts, the beams, and the canopy spans. We've also taken another look at the need for shade in this area and have confirmed that with the removal of large conditional trees nearby, that this space would greatly benefit from the addition of a shade structure. A rendering of our approach from Flatbush Avenue, the meadow on the right, and the restored woodland on the left. In a view of the arbor with relationship to the pollinator meadow, As I said earlier, we are still researching alternative plant types to the American wisteria, as shown here. Revisiting, this is our approved conceptual plan, which we were happy to honor and return to the original concept of play, as Olmsted and Vox had originally intended. Revisiting the STEM course in our preliminary plan, we now show an expanded STEM course defining the edge of the sand zone using stumps, boulders, and logs. All wood used within the natural wood-bound fiber area will be treated to prevent decay and splintering and will be fixed to the ground as permanent installations. Natural logs will be placed just north of the area for visitors to be invited into an organic landscape and to engage with a living landscape. A 5-foot wide buffer of woodland planting and pollinator meadow will be brought right in front of the fencing beyond for visitors to interact with the new ecology and to deter them from seeking access to the protected plant spaces. To address shade in this area, we have located large canopy trees west and south of the NEA, in addition to a small grove of vase-shaped trees in the interior of the sand zone to bring more shade to the space while still allowing for the long view. Here, the slide shows elements that comprise Zucker Natural Exploration Area, inspiration for our new space. And here's a view looking south into the exploration area. All of the pavements are typical and can be seen throughout Prospect Park with the exception of the accessible bonded wood fiber. And the same with our typical furnishings, with exception to the wood leaning rail and the wood plaque on bronze posts. These renderings are really for conceptual purposes only. However, we do intend to match the materiality and elements used throughout the space for any future signage and wayfinding. The slide also serves to explain that signage and wayfinding will be further developed with the assistance of a graphic environmental design team as part of a separate master plan for the entire park, which is in its beginning phases at this point. We will come back to the PDC once that package is developed. But for now, it is our intention to use signage to speak to the ecology and the cultural site history of the space. And now I'll turn the microphone over to David for the Northeast Pavilion.
My name is David Young. I'm an architect at Prospect Park Alliance. I'm going to discuss our revisions to the Northeast Pavilion. As was mentioned, the building is a result of the community outreach, and the site plan, as we saw last time, just shows the distances to the nearest restrooms from the Upper Vale. This is a site plan of the approved conceptual design from May. Oh, sorry. This is the revised preliminary plan. This is a rendering of the prior approved conceptual design. This is a rendering of the revised preliminary design, again in response to the May meeting. The building character is largely the same, only with specific areas of revision. As the following slides will illustrate in greater detail, we've lightened the roof, enlarged the clear story windows, and opened up the section to allow more daylight, integrated and lightened the design of the guardrail, floor section, and windows, and narrowed and pushed back the service doors to obscure them more. This is the approved conceptual design from May. Here's the revised preliminary section showing the revised guardrail, clear story, and floor section to allow more daylight. We've retained Silman as structural engineers, and we will continue to work together to reduce the heft of the garden roof. We've also rethought the green roof, and instead of creating an extension of the pollinator meadow requiring a deep roof, we've decided to propose a shallower sedum green roof, which will allow us to reduce the heft of the structure of the roof while still fulfilling the energy requirement of the green roof. Here's the preliminary revised plan showing the incorporation of permanent benches along the north edge, as well as movable furniture seats that can be stored in the storage area below during off hours. Here's a revised preliminary Oculus plan and section. We've considered and restudied the inclusion of an Oculus after hearing commissioner comments at our conceptual presentation. We believe that there are several design merits and remain committed to including it in the design. The Oculus subtly draws a visitor in from the entry bridge to the viewing platform, then positions one at the axis of the three upper vale landscapes and turns the viewer momentarily upward toward a framed view of only sky. In response to the comments, we've reduced the size of the Oculus. The scale and placement of the Oculus still allows the terrace to be by and large a sheltered area. We did consider making the Oculus a skylight, but believe that the maintenance required to keep the skylight looking decent will not be achievable, nor will a skylight have the same effect as an open air opening. Please note that the pavement throughout this level will be textured granite and will drain so that there will not be issues of standing water. The design and overall visual effect of the Oculus will have throughout the year outweighs the limited occurrences of inclement weather. This is an aerial view of the preliminary design. This is a view from the natural exploration area. This is a view from the southwest. This is a view from the prior was the southeast. This is a view from the southwest. This is a view from the upper path. This is a view from as one comes from Grand Army Plaza. And comparisons from existing buildings, different scales of buildings, and the materials in the park. Thank you for your time, and we welcome your additional comments.
Okay, we can now have public testimony. Has anyone signed up to testify?
Yes, we will first do in-person testimony and then I will ask for remote testimony. I have Stanley Greenberg from the Brooklyn Bird Club. If you wouldn't mind coming up to the front. And you have 3 minutes.
I don't have a presentation
Oh,
for
no,
the
it's okay, you don't
screen.
need to start it.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Stanley Greenberg. I represent the Brooklyn Bird Club. We love Prospect Park. It is one of the best places to go birding in the entire country. The Bird Club leads over 100 walks in the park each year with over 4,000 participants. The Bird Club is also the only environmental group on the Parks Community Committee. Personally, I worked at the Parks Department for 3 years in the 1980s. Now I'm a photographer and recently published a book of photographs about trees planted by Frederick Law Olmsted Sr. in 29 parks that he designed around the country in the 19th century, including, of course, one of his favorites, Prospect Park. We're thrilled that the Lower and Upper Vale are getting some overdue attention, and we're very excited about many of the Alliance's plans. We like the way the Lower Vale will be restored to its former beauty, and we appreciate that the island in the pond will retain the soft edges essential for bird life. We appreciate that the area south of the Upper Vale, which has been destroyed by mountain bikers, will have its woodlands protected. We're also very glad to see the pollinator corridor. Prospect Park seems to have lost much of its insect life, especially as compared with nearby Greenwood Cemetery. But we do not support every aspect of the plan, and it is important to point out that our position has been misrepresented on more than one occasion by the Prospect Park Alliance, including at the recent Landmarks Preservation Commission hearing, which has claimed that we support the plan completely. One of the reasons the Vale is such an important place for birds is that it's the last place birds visit in the spring on their migration north, and one of the first places the birds visit on their flight south in the fall. The Alliance's own survey shows that the vast majority of users come here to see birds. The Upper Vale is also primarily a quiet place. We think it is a great place for a pollinator corridor which is part of the plan. But we do not think it is a good place for a playground, and to call it a natural exploration area is at best naive and at worst cynical. There is another playground nearby, the Zucker Natural Play Area. That playground was installed, as the Alliance has now admitted, without any planning or local consultation. We have heard that it was created at the request of a private park funder and to encourage that funder to make an even larger donation. The playground was installed in what had been a natural area with great bird habitat. It is now a wasteland of compacted soil and has grown far beyond its original borders. In an attempt to neutralize complaints against the new playground in the Vale, the Alliance has now promised to remove the Zucker playground. So in effect, they're trying to institutionalize something they snuck in without anyone's approval in the first place. At the same time, the Alliance has allowed at least 3 other sites in the park: on Center Drive at West Drive, next to the Quaker Cemetery, and at the southwest corner of the park near Park Circle, and an area in the ravine just north of Center Drive. Sorry, that's 4 places. To become similar types of play areas where the undergrowth, essential habitat for many birds, has been destroyed and the soil compacted to the point that little will grow there. As Morgan Monaco, the park's director, said recently in an interview, there's some areas that just haven't had development in some time, and I think that this design really helps to honor the quiet contemplative nature of that area. We don't agree that a playground is a quiet contemplative space.
You have reached 3 minutes. If you wouldn't mind wrapping up your testimony.
In general, the Alliance and the Parks Department have shown that they have had difficulty adequately managing the park, given budget cuts, the huge increase in visits during COVID-19, and the change in park users' attitudes about following the rules. We don't think the park staff will adequately protect the much-needed pollinator areas. We've seen the fences mean very little. We welcome a new bathroom in the area, but question why it needs to be so large. Original plans called for an even larger building, and our criticisms helped shrink it. We would like it to be even smaller. I will take any questions you have.
I'm sorry we don't do a back and forth, but commissioners will definitely discuss after all testimony as per procedure. The next individual testifying is, and I'm sorry if I misspelled, is Julia Bryant? And also, as a reminder, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'm a member of CB9 Parks and Recreation Cultural Committee, and my name is Julia Bryant, and I'm speaking for myself as a model boat sailor. The introduction of the project statement, the Vale reconstruction transforms 2 key landscapes: the historic children's pool, a decorative water feature, and a former rose garden. That was from the original statement, June 20th, which is today. The restoration of the children's pool will bring back historic details while improving the environment through new planting, bird-friendly features, and a stormwater feature system. And no further data has been provided. From the reimagined Prospect Park Vale restoration, it states, which was stated earlier this year, it features bird-friendly features in the children's pool. I point out that the children's boats will not be able to actually sail in the pool because of the space that's provided, and it's surrounded by trees. A similar situation is in Central Park Water Conservation Pool. They don't actually sail. They actually just float. And that pool is 6 times larger than the one that's provided for Prospect Park Alliance Children's Pool. My takeaway statement is the bird features will hamper the children's boats from floating smoothly from one side to the other. Please rethink the bird features, make them smaller and fewer. Thank you.
this room that would like to testify? I'm not seeing any hands, so I will move on to remote testimony. Rebecca, has anybody signed up remotely?
Yes, we have a few people signed up for remote testimony. Some are duplicates of folks who've shown up in person. So the first new name on the list is Aislinn Klein from MAS. Please accept the request to unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Aislinn Klein. I'm the Advocacy Associate at the Municipal Art Society of New York. MAS is in general support of the Prospect Park Alliance's proposal for the Upper Vale, but has some concerns about the size of the Northeast Pavilion and the Arbor. MAS supports the changes to paths that will make the site more accessible, the addition of a nature-based play area in keeping with Olmsted's plan, and to diversify the uses of the Vale. MAS supports the elimination of the defunct fountains, introduction of a new pollinator meadow, additional greenery, and diverse plant material, as well as the commitment to maintaining the future plantings so that the site is welcoming and usable. We hope that the Alliance will reconsider the inclusion of American wisteria, which we understand is invasive and destructive, and continue its practice of introducing native and non-invasive plants. MAS supports the addition of more restrooms within the park, and we applaud the integration of the Northeast Pavilion into the landscape. However, we are concerned that the pavilion is too large for the site. Based on the preliminary plans, almost 2/3 of the building has been dedicated to storage and maintenance space. We urge the Commission to ask for continued study of the uses and program. The Alliance should look for ways to minimize interior storage and office space as much as possible so that the building footprint can be further reduced. MAS is also concerned about the design and the location of the planted arbor. We understand the intent of relating the design to the Northeast Pavilion, but urge the Alliance to reconsider, noting that other arbors within the park are entirely wooden log structures. In addition, we question the need and location of the arbor at the intersection of two paths in an area that is somewhat shady already. The Prospect Park Alliance's commitment to rejuvenating this site for the use of a broad constituency of park users is laudable. We commend them for their continued effort in maintaining this urban oasis for Brooklyn. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on the remote testimony, sign up, we have Tony Simon. Please accept the request to unmute. Hello, yes, you have 3 minutes.
In the fall, winter, and spring, I visit the Vale almost every morning, weather permitting. I feed the birds in the winter and look forward to migration. When the Vale was first built, birds were not endangered as they are now, and it was much easier to find seclusion. This plan would eradicate the Vale as we know and love it in the name of preserving it. During the pandemic, many more bird watchers, writers, meditators, and the elderly came to the Vale. From what I understand, this project would close down the Vale for several years and fundamentally change its character. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, there you are.
So that concludes the sign up list on Google Sheets. There were some duplicates and folks signed up who showed in person, but some additional people have joined the meeting. Is there anyone currently on the meeting who would like to testify on this item? If so, please use your raise the hand feature or physically go on video and raise your hand. Okay, I believe this concludes, oh, one moment. We have Tara. Please accept the request to unmute. We can hear you, but you sound very far away. Can you lean into your microphone? Tara, can you hear us? You can also call in to the meeting if you'd like to testify. The call-in number is 646-558-8656 and on our public agenda.
We will give Tara a few more seconds. Otherwise, is there anybody else with their hands raised for Upper Vale, or we will go into discussion?
No one else. Oh, Tara, you just unmuted again. Can you hear us? Can you speak?
Can you hear me?
Yes, that's
Hello?
better. Yes.
Okay, I was connected to a Bluetooth. So it was degrading the signal or something. Anyway,
You have 3
hi.
minutes.
I live near the park. I go there frequently, and I am not a fan of the bathroom and area where it looks like there's going to be. I wasn't able to listen to the whole new presentation, so I'm not sure exactly what you're planning, the new design. But I don't like the idea of having a bathroom area there or any kind of arrangement that's going to lead to parties or big events. And that's what it seems like is happening. That's the only reason there'd be a bunch of bathrooms in that area. I mean, the bathrooms need to be closer to Grand Army Plaza, where we have so many people coming for the market and other affairs. I believe that the Vale needs to remain more of a meditative, quiet place because there's so few of those in the parks and reserved for the birds and for other animals that are in the park, and as well as plants. And I don't know if you're still doing the meadow where you're gonna cut off anybody able to sit in that area. I'm not into that either. What happened with the pandemic, and I have a kid, and that park saved her and her friend's life. Being able to go there, being able to go to a quiet place, being able to go somewhere to sit. And I think that the intent and current usage of the garden, while it does need to be cleaned up, put a pool in there, all of that, it needs to be quiet, meditative, and not a party space. And the bathrooms, so expensive. I feel like that money could be used better elsewhere. So that's my take on it. As a frequent user of the park, bird, plant, child, family, not into it. Thank you for listening.
I
Thank you.
believe that concludes our testimony. Rebecca, are there any other members remotely?
There are no other that I see. I'm giving one final call. If you'd like to testify, please turn your camera on and raise your hand, or use the raise your hand feature. That concludes testimony. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, do you have questions or comments for any of the presenters or for the Parks, Prospect Park Alliance? Commissioner Tisch?
Sense is that people made reasonable comments about the project. And obviously, they've taken these comments to other venues. And so what is the next step from our perspective, right? Because I think it's important to clarify what our role is and responsibility at this point.
Well, I would invite the team to respond to anything that was said, but we can also do it all at once with everybody else's questions. And then have a discussion.
Commissioner Hawkinson.
I mean, as long as we're getting our questions out there. So I have some questions. So probably specifically about the structure, since I'm an architect. That's what I feel like my role is here, to respond and help and, with this beautiful design you all have going. So it's great that you're working with Silman. And maybe we could put up the section. I just had some questions about it. And so Silman Engineering just started working with you, or they've already input with you, or where are you with that?
So just started.
So they haven't really given you feedback, or does this design reflect Silman?
It does not.
Does not. Okay, good. I mean, not good. It's just that, I look forward to their input. They're terrific.
Yeah.
And my comments, if we go to the section where you go through the whole building, there you go. So I was wondering here, okay, so you changed the section of the lavatory here, right? So I'm just getting very specific. I'm not going to respond to the, I have lots of thoughts about the other, but I want to just go here. So it looks like you're cantilevering the deck
Not entirely, just the.
over the bathrooms.
Just the last portion.
Because
in
that's a
order to-
column. Where's the column? There's it's like, why do you need to cantilever the roof of a bathroom? I guess that's my question. It seems excessive
Yeah,
and expensive, and yeah.
So, so we're only cantilevering the last, let's say, 4 feet, and the other parts are not cantilevered, and we're
So
looking
where
at
is
the
the
slope.
column?
Whoops.
This is the kind
Go
of
forward.
crazy stuff we look at, right? Oh,
So here's my column line.
but that's not in the bathroom,
Whoops.
right? That's the deck above. So
That's-
where is the column line in that structure? I mean, it seems like anyway, I don't, you know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so, you probably could support it between the glazing or something there or whatever. I'm sure you'll look at that. It just seems
Yeah.
excessive to cantilever the roof of a bathroom. It doesn't seem necessary to bring a light in. You could just bring the windows down more.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and we're not, so we're not trying to cantilever the entire structure, but really just the last few feet
In the lavatory.
in the lavatory.
Okay.
Yeah. and above
Okay,
there,
so
yeah.
then the next question has to do again with the Oculus.
Okay.
So I'm just not convinced about the Oculus. And I guess it's because I don't see it performing in the way that you're describing it. So I would, when you show me the view looking towards, when you're coming at, boom, there. I don't see the light coming through, right? Because it doubles up. You're not really convincing, showing me a convincing argument. So to me, it doesn't seem necessary. What seems more important is to provide cover from the rain. I think that's really important in a small place like that, when you get a thunder shower, to get in there. It just doesn't seem like a structure that small needs an Oculus, and it requires a lot of structural gymnastics to do that. You're gonna have to reframe it around steel or something. And then when you talk about using sustainable materials, I get a little confused. So what is sustainable? The green roof, but not the bronze columns, so where do I was thinking, what is sustainable construction? How are you defining it? And so it would be great to just kind of outline what you're defining as your sustainable goals and techniques for the building.
Okay.
And then I guess you are in between schematic design, development. Where are you?
Design development.
Design development. Okay, so structural engineer coming on board. That's very exciting. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Just wanted to support everything that Lori just said. Yay. But also, I'd say if you did want to achieve this drawing to the space of the light, there are a couple different ways you could do it, where if instead of the circular Oculus, you had a zip. So instead of this circle, if you just had a skylight that went from the front to the back, and then you could actually put it at a degree so that it wouldn't collect water, you could achieve a light strip that would be like you had put a light element in it, except that it would be natural daylight, and that would draw people to it. But as you can see from this view, since it is facing south, is facing the south, and the light's coming from the south, what you're gonna get is blinded if you look into it, and also as you're looking at it now, you're getting darkness. And so to achieve the goal that you state that you want to achieve, you could approach it from a different design perspective rather than the same object. And I think that that would actually allow you to hit your goal, which is to draw people to that space. And it would be approvable.
To make it a longer linear.
Yes, if you made it a longer linear thing, it would look like an oculus. It wouldn't be an oculus. And then you could have as a skylight, if the incline on the skylight was like this, then it wouldn't collect water. And then you achieve an attractive light element. No? Or maybe I'm wrong on this, but in any event, I think that that's an option you could do. And also I think Silman would approve it. And I think Silman, the first thing is I work with Silman when I do public art, and the first thing they would do is say that the Oculus is unsupportable, or I think the first thing they're going to want to talk to you about is Oculus. And it would just be, going another direction would allow you to use more of your energy toward what your stated goal is. And I want you to achieve that goal, that people are drawn to that, because that's where people want to do yoga and hang out with their kids, and it's a community space. And so even if it's only 5 days a year, in November, if there's a frost, or December when there's a frost and somebody's running toward there because there's humidity and they hit an unforeseeable ice slick and they slide toward the gate, that's only 5 days a year, but those 5 days a year, it's the most dangerous place in the park. Thanks.
I just had a couple of questions in response. One person said that I assume that's.
Yes.
Very clever, Sriyoshi. Let me repeat that. Someone who spoke said the park would be closed, or this part of the park would be closed for several years. I assume that's a reference to the construction timeline. Is that accurate? And if so, what is your estimate for construction when all this?
So now I think the best estimate is 1 year.
Right. Okay. Just wanted to state that on the record. And then in terms of the competing uses, and there's a lot of thoughtful commentary from the public, right? The desire for it to be a contemplative space, and the oftentimes friction between children's play areas and more passive spaces in our parks. Can you speak to that? Do you think that the play area that you've created there is so in conflict with the rest of it in terms of a contemplative space and birds? Is that something that is so irreconcilable?
We hear your concern, and in fact, we're also doing our best in order to protect all of the enhanced habitat that we have provided through the effective use, the layout of our fencing, and the confinement of the natural exploration area. We're also inviting children to interact with some planting that we're pulling beyond the fencing in order to deter them from seeking entry where we have said that these are protected spaces. We think through fencing and through signage, we can hopefully deter visitors or remind them that these are spaces that are resting or they are developing. And that's a strategy that we employ all throughout the park when we need to let our roots rest. I see the conflict, but we also see that these spaces can cohabitate successfully.
Thank you. Just say that's not my concern. I'm actually a very big a fan of spaces for young people to engage in our public parks. But because it was raised by several people, I just wanted to get you all to clarify on the record that the two uses are not incompatible. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple of comments. First of all, I thank you for reconsidering the green roof to be a sedum roof. I think that's a good step in the right direction. I think a sedum roof can still provide a lot of plant diversity and contribute to the pollinator migration while being a little bit more, let's say, applicable to a lighter structure and something that has less impact on the landscape. So thank you for that. In regards to the rest of the landscape, I just want to say, hearing the community's concerns and observations, I'm someone that goes to the park every single day, and I fully acknowledge that public parks such as Prospect Park have a lot of challenges. One is to bring nature to people within an urban area, allow humans to interact with nature, to find a place of respite, allow children to also interact to those natural spaces, specifically children that may not have the means to go outside of the city hiking, and really be able to understand how we need to respect nature as well. I also understand it's a space for nature, and it's a space where some of the improvements that you're doing, adding diversity of planting, helps the natural habitat, both for plants, for birds, for pollinators, for insects. So I think we need to think of this all as a balance, where an urban park really needs to balance all of these uses for humans, plants, and birds and animals. I have seen the evolution of this design through its many iterations in the past few months. And I would say that it went from being a space that was rather large as a playground with undefined boundaries that did, for me, raise concerns about how do we ensure the pollinator meadow establishes properly? How do we ensure people don't get off the trails and compact the soil and affect the trees? To actually being what I think now is a very thoughtful design that provides a space for people, because people need space, and also creates boundaries so that nature can have its own space. If those boundaries don't exist, we all see what happened. We all see what happened through COVID. Everybody started going through the trails. They started compacting the soil, and those habitats were impacted. So I actually think the design has evolved in a way that is positive. I think the nature exploration area has become one that has very clearly defined boundaries, but still allows a sense of discovery and connectivity of children to nature. Similar with the lawn, we've seen how if we don't provide a designated lawn area, everybody steps all over and we lose the lawn. So I do think the design is thoughtful on balancing these two needs. My primary concern remains with the arbor. I appreciate that you are rethinking wisteria. Wisteria is a great plant, but it grows extremely aggressively, extremely heavy, and it's a plant that, unless it has a very hefty steel structure, will eventually completely crush the structure. So I'm curious to see what you find as an alternative. It is very challenging to find native vines that do well with structures. And I myself, as a landscape architect, find those challenges consistently. So I'm curious where you're going to land. That said, I do still question the use of wood as your primary beams and means to allow the vine to grow on the arbor, because wood, once it's surrounded by a lot of moisture from planting, it does tend to degrade a lot faster. And given your interest in making this look a lot more naturalistic, I wonder if a more simple steel structure that allows sufficient surface for the vines to grab onto and grow successfully may be a more long-lasting opportunity, again, because we're really not looking at the canopy of the structure in so much as the planting itself as being the main visual element. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to seeing the signage plan, and it's great to consider, the master plan for signage across the entire park. One thing about that slide, that I wanted to respond to was the use of QR codes. So I just, I'd like to see what the strategy is for that. I think QR codes are good for, things that change programmatically or for day-to-day alerts, but I think for long-term signage or, for content that you can't fit on a sign, I don't think it's actually a good use, because those backends tend to not be useful within 5 years. So I think, in future kind of presentations, I'd love to see like what the content management strategy is for QR code information. And then I'd also recommend, as much as budget or time allows, hiring a writer for interpretive signage.
Thank you.
Thank you. In the public comments, there was a mother named Tara who we just heard from, and she expressed concerns about the shelter space being used as a gathering space for parties. And I think you had a response for that, about the intention is not to allow that space to be used for any kind of formal programming or parties.
I'm going to leave that question for programming to you, David. You can speak to. The intention of this space is not for large gatherings. I don't know if the floor plan supports that. What we heard from the community was there was an interest and support in passive programming. So that's always been sort of in the background of our design thinking. No, passive programming. This is not for paid programming.
Okay.
Just to clarify.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
I also want to just piggyback quickly onto Manuel's point about your signage and the QR codes, because now I think there's going to be there's a lot of hacking that happens because people are swapping out QR codes, and so you actually need a strategy now because people QR swap. So you need a designation for how it is that people can tell that your QR code is correct. Otherwise, other people are, they're spear phishing.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate all of these tips.
Just one quick comment, just sorry to be out of order, but the arbor, I assume that Stillman will also be consulting on the arbor.
We're working with PAR structural engineers.
Oh, you have a different structural engineer.
Right. It was obtained before the building got started.
Okay, well, anyway, I, concur with Isabel about the structure with the curved wood. The support structure and
Okay,
what it can support.
sure. Thank you both.
You showed underneath this, there were three elements. There was the restroom, there was maintenance, and there was storage. So can you define what is going to be in maintenance, what's going to be in storage, and why those areas need to be so large underneath there?
So the restrooms, obvious. So the restrooms, obvious. So the restrooms are the restrooms. The central vestibule area, we're doing composting toilets. So there's actually a sub basement and there's a fair amount of area we need just to maintain the composting equipment. And that's the middle section. And then to the right, we have storage for different park programs, the maintenance staff to help do maintenance immediately in that Vale area. And then also that's storage for the furniture, for the chairs that we're proposing on the upper level.
Any addition, Commissioner Castillo?
Sorry, forgot to ask. I do hear the concern about construction impact and construction timeline. I'm glad to hear that you're thinking the building will take about a year. I'm curious to understand how much the landscape will take. And as a recommendation for something to think about as you develop the design, I wonder if there's an opportunity to think about phasing. So you minimize disruption on site, but also minimize construction during bird migration times. It sounds like that, there is a very known timeline where the site is the most active. And if we could avoid construction during those times to minimize impact on habitat, I think that would be a great way to deal with some of the concerns raised.
Any additional comments? Okay.
I only have one other comment, which
Oh,
is about
please.
the entranceway to the all-gender restroom. It seems like you've made this vestibule, and so there are now two doors where there could be one door. And I wondered if you'd get I wonder why there are two doors, and if it would be better if there were, if the plan is that there would be a way to close it, but that it's open all the time, or if it has to have two operable doors. Or if you expect people, like if somebody, it's obviously to be ADA compliant, but if you're wheelchair enabled and you've got to open another door and then you've got to open another door, what's the plan for somebody who's ADA compliant using that? And also the vestibule and having to turn that corner. even designing stuff for public use that's ADA compliant, making it so that they have to make a hairpin is kind of difficult. It adds an extra 10 minutes for some people, especially on Walker and stuff like that. So I wondered if you could address that.
I think it's a great comment. I think we can definitely look at addressing those concerns. Yeah, I think that's a terrific comment.
Just for my own edification, how much space is there in the park?
575 acres.
And of the 575 acres, how much of that acreage is totally utilized by families and children and the public?
575 acres of park. No, we could certainly run that number if you're interested.
I'm just, trying to allow you to create context for everything, So that was the only reason.
We will consider, yeah.
In this area, the Upper Vale area, the acreage here, just to put it in context of the overall 575.
This site specifically is 3 acres, but the entire Vale project encompasses 8.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, if there's not other comments, I might summarize this. This project is now at the preliminary approval phase, so it will require a vote. There have been, as Commissioner Casilla eloquently summarized, there has been a lot of development, and I want to thank David and Juliana and your colleagues at the Alliance for taking in the comments and really working through that. And I think the balance of uses, while it's never a perfect trade-off, has come really a long way. So we applaud that. Commissioner Miranda has raised the question of the information strategy, which we understand is part of a larger question. So you'll be taking a look at that. And then the phasing of construction is something to think about. It seems that the landscape is perhaps a bit further along in the design development than the structure. So the most significant comments here have been about the arbor, but more importantly, this building that we're looking at here, the restroom and the storage. We understand that you're now working with Silman, so there is going to be development on structure. So I guess my question to my fellow commissioners, and particularly those of you who have had comments on the architecture, would you feel that seeing this further along in DD would be useful to have an interim submission as a condition of approval, or not?
I don't want to slow anything down, but I think an interim would be great.
Okay. Any others thoughts on that?
I concur.
Okay, great. Okay, so then I would propose that we take a vote. And what we are voting on is whether to approve the plans for the Prospect Park Alliance plans for the Upper Vale. And that approval would include requirement for an interim submission vis-a-vis the arbor and this structure. Yes? Okay, so I'm going to take a roll call. This is item 28526. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote and turn your microphone on. Kenseth Armstead,
Approve with conditions.
Isabel Casilla,
Approve with conditions.
Lori Hawkinson,
Approve with conditions.
Bill Heinzen,
Approve with conditions.
great. Karen Keel, Manuel Miranda.
Approve.
Okay, Susan Marantha,
Approved with conditions.
Meryl Tisch,
I approve.
and Jimmy Van Bramer.
Approve.
Okay, I also approve as described, and want to thank the Alliance for the work. Yes. Oh, Mary, sorry, I missed you. Mary.
Approve with conditions.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, so now I also approve with conditions, so we have unanimous approval from all commissioners. Let the record show all in favor of approval with requiring an interim submission on the arbor and the architecture of the pavilion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay. Moving on to the next item. Okay, moving on to the next item, it is 28434. Thank you. Bye. Okay, so the next item is 28434. Commissioners, this is the next item. It is the preliminary and final review of the extension for the temporary installation of Fearless Girl by Kristen Visbal, Broad Street between Wall Street and Exchange Place in Manhattan. Per standard procedure, the applicants will give their presentation, then there will be public testimony, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. Please note that PDC is reviewing an extension of the temporary installation. Fearless Girl was a temporary installation for up to 11 months. This is not a vote on approval for a permanent installation. We can now proceed with the presentation.
Is the mic on? Yes. Yeah, okay, perfect. Good morning, commissioners. How are you? I'm Nick Patnati. I'm the liaison for the New York City Department of Transportation. We are here today, as Commissioner Martin mentioned, seeking an extension of approval for the Fearless Girl statue. Some of you will remember we were here in April of last year seeking a temporary approval of this piece. The current piece is installed on Broad Street in front of the Stock Exchange. It was installed there on a temporary basis pursuant to approvals from the Landmarks Preservation Commission. We had an approval back in April pursuant to the certificate number where we were tasked with coming back to this commission with an update after 6 months. And then the approval was set to expire 11 months after that. We did submit that update to you on that 6-month mark. And obviously we are now past that 11 months duration. We have been working very diligently with a number of stakeholders, including most recently the artist, who I know is here to testify and speak. We need more time to resolve this. It's obviously a very complicated and thorny issue. We are, very much still engaged in those conversations. And so we're seeking here essentially the same approval, same conditions that you gave us the last time. We will obviously come back hopefully well in advance of that 6-month or 11-month mark when we're able to reach a consensus on what a formal proposal will be for you, but we're not quite there yet. That is sort of the reality of where we're at. So we are here again seeking that extension. So for now, happy to obviously let testimony roll and then answer any questions.
Is anybody here in person to testify? I don't see anybody in person. So Rebecca, is there anybody remotely to testify?
Yes, we have 2 folks signed up to testify. We will call in order of sign up. The first is Tayana Prado, who I don't see on the Zoom. Is Tayana Prado on the line? Oh, they've just emailed. 1 second. They just emailed. I'll coordinate offline with Tayano. Next, we have Todd Fine. Todd, please accept the request to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm Todd Fine with the Washington Street Advocacy Group, which advocates for public art in New York City. I'm flabbergasted. He just said we didn't have enough time. You mandated that he return in 6 months. Why did he not return in 6 months? Is that not the wording? Is there an explanation? Is there? This is why people are giving up on New York City as a city that is totally beholden to corporate power. This artist was not contacted after your meeting a year ago for a determination that was supposed to be in 6 months. Why? Because lobbyists at Kasirer and State Street are dominating this process and violating your ruling. Your ruling said that the city, that DOT, had violating your prerogative, and yet they violated your prerogative again by not coming back in 6 months. Where is your authority? Are you dismantling the authority of the Public Design Commission? Does it no longer support artists? Does it no longer check corporate power? This ruling received national and international media attention as a check against State Street's domination of this process. They have lost lawsuits for withholding evidence from the city. The DOT has never, over 7 years, respected the agreement which says that State Street is representing Kristen Visbal, that she is the agent. So how is, if she is the fundamental agent in the maintenance agreement, you cannot contact her and then expect for her to have any rights in this? Lobbyists are involved. That's a violation of the DOT procedures. This design commission is dismantling its authority, and it's a shame for the city. And the only way to resolve this is to put firm language in your ruling that Kristen Visbal is involved in every step of this. There is no discussions with this corporation or lobbyist without her. And it's ridiculous that they could say, oh, just recently we've gotten in touch with her. Why was that just recently? Why was that not the day after your ruling was made? Totally disgraceful. And if you don't sort out this situation, it's going to be an embarrassment for the city forever. And in my opinion, it represents the end of the Public Design Commission. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Tiana, thank you for joining and working through the technology. You are up next. You have 3 minutes. Please accept the request to unmute.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Hi, my name is Taina Prado. I'm Chief of Staff of the Downtown Alliance. I'm here to read a statement about the application for the permit extension. The Downtown Alliance is the business improvement district for the area roughly from City Hall to the Battery and from the East River to West Street. We strive to make Lower Manhattan a wonderful place to live, work, and play by creating a vibrant neighborhood for businesses, residents, and tourists alike. We treasure our downtown icons, the Charging Bull, Federal Hall, Francis Tavern, and Trinity Church, to name a few. We are here today to convey our strong support of State Street's application to extend the permit to allow the Fearless Girl to remain in front of the New York Stock Exchange while they and the city continue to work with stakeholders to find a more permanent solution. The Fearless Girl statue has joined the ranks of the city's powerful local landmarks since her initial installation in March 2017. As an important citizen of our downtown neighborhood, she shines a light from Wall Street to the world on the importance of elevating women's status in our lives, from corporate leadership positions to sports to educational opportunities. Her image has been invoked as an inspiration, a reminder that women's bravery is leading the edge of progress, and her presence in her current home is particularly potent in this regard. We hope she continues to serve as an inspiration for years to come. On behalf of the Downtown Alliance Board of Directors, we strongly encourage the Commission to approve this permit application within all applicable rules and regulations. Thank you.
Is there any more testimony remotely?
No one else is signed up on the sheet, but there are a few additional people in the meeting. If you would like to testify, please use the raise your hand feature or turn your video on and physically raise your hand. Kristen. Oh, so please accept the request to unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry that I didn't sign up, and I want to thank the PDC for allowing me to participate today and postponing this meeting by a month. And also, Todd, I want to thank you for your passion. I think Todd Fine, as an arts activist, is really very concerned about the way the Public Design Commission is functioning within New York City and the reputation that New York has as a city for the arts. However, I am in agreement with Mr. Pettinati. We have identified several stumbling blocks. One is that there is no precedent in the city for a corporation owning an artwork. And I, right now, am not willing to extend an image right to a permanent solution that would mean that the messages behind Fearless Girl are narrowed. So there is a wide gamut of equality ideals behind Fearless Girl, and they have been supplanted simply for a message of board diversity, which probably affects less than 1% of us. So there was, I think in my proposal, I had the date wrong. We had a meeting on April 11th, 2022, where the PDC ruled in my favor that the city, that the DOT, and that the artists get together and come up with a plan for permanence. And Todd is right. nobody contacted me. And he's right that the maintenance agreement is really with the artist, and it's been modified and was modified without my knowledge, right? So I'm not feeling really good as an artist about the way that New York City has treated me. And I feel that my rights were discounted and have been discounted all along. I was not contacted until January of 2023, which is some 8 months after the PDC's last review. And I was presented with a plan for permanence that I cannot sanction. I do not approve. However, I'm going to say that I was recently contacted by the DOT, and I think Mr. Pettinati and I had a very productive call where we identified what those stumbling blocks are. And I think we need at least 3 months to try and work out a plan for permanence. I think if the PDC, if you are still interested in making Fearless Girl permanent, that's fabulous. If you would extend the temporary permit for 11 months, and then we circle back to you in 6 months, unless we formulate a plan earlier than that, and we will come back to you immediately. And also, I want to ensure that I am involved in this decision-making process. This artwork was actually assumed. There was no bill of
Sorry
sale.
to interrupt. You've reached 3 minutes. Please wrap up your testimony.
Okay, so I concur that we should approve an 11-month extension with an opportunity to come back to the PDC within 6 months. And I hope you will review the proposal that I sent and the supporting materials. Thank you.
Do we have any more remote testimony? And thank you, Kristen. I have printed your testimony received over the weekend, and all commissioners have it as well.
Thanks.
Rebecca, are there any more, is there any more testimony?
I do not believe so. Final call. If you're on the Zoom and would like to testify, please indicate as so. That concludes the remote testimony.
Okay, commissioners, any questions or comments? No.
Here's what I think. I think that the Department of Transportation and the Public Design Commission have worked effectively and as efficiently as possible, given the constraints of the complicated situation in which you find yourselves. I truly reject the assumption here that there's been some malfeasance or irregularity on the part of the Public Design Commission. I actually take exception to it because I've sat through all the presentations, and I can tell you with absolute fidelity to fact that I think the Public Design Commission, in conjunction with Nicholas from the Department of Transportation, you have conducted yourselves above board trying to get this to yes. And I would just say it's not easy, but I also have one other comment. Just to try to be a little Solomonic here and ingratiate ourselves to all of the people involved. You know, we're looking, I think we should set a time limit. In other words, I think to say we come back in 6 months and then 11 months, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's really important for us to have something that's realistic. Nicholas, you came here and you said you're moving towards the definition of terms here. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think it would really be important to bring this to a conclusion before very well-intentioned people on both sides of this issue say things in public space that I think are damaging to the reputation of the PDC and to the Department of Transportation. So I think you need to get back to the powers that be and let them know what is realistic. And
Happy to do so.
therefore, I would vote to say we should approve it, but based on an updated, realistic timeline.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Nick, would you like to respond to anything that was said here before I call the roll call?
Thank you again for the comments. We are obviously happy to do so. We'll work with the team on the timeline. I do want to thank Kristen for her testimony, and we have, I think, had some really productive conversations more recently. And so we're eager to keep this moving forward. So really do appreciate that.
And regarding Commissioner Tish's request on time, do you want to state a different time frame, or would you like to just have us approve the extension as per the usual 11 months, and then we can communicate internally regarding your timing?
I think the latter probably makes the most sense. I don't know what the timing is going to be. I think that will take a couple more conversations, and obviously there's a lot of factors swirling around here, so I can't answer that on the spot. But obviously happy to come back to the staff and to the commission with an updated timeline as soon as we have more clarity on some of those issues.
Okay, any more commissioner comments? Karen?
Yes. I have a little bit of a different perspective, and since we have many new commissioners, I just wanted to add a comment. As a woman who in 1985 began pursuing a nearly 20-year career working for Wall Street firms, I feel that Fearless Girl infantilizes working women. A little girl is not an appropriate monument to the thousands of women who have fought a continuing uphill battle against discrimination, unequal pay, sexual harassment, and in many, many instances, just for the right to have a seat at the table. A little girl in pigtails is perhaps one of the most innocuous images that could be conceived, and buys into the perception that women can be marginalized or humored with a pat on the head instead of becoming a valued and integral part of the business conversation. For these reasons, I will not approve an extension of the statute. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kale. And Lori?
I just didn't know if the letter this letter would be submitted from.
You're speaking of the letter
Mary
that came from the
Michelle
artist,
Bogart,
is that
yes.
right?
I don't know if we just got it or.
Right.
Yeah.
She,
Can you-
she wrote this weekend saying she cannot be here, but to circulate to everybody for their information and record.
And everybody it being.
Everybody here, so everybody has a printout.
But can you describe?
Could you-
Shoshi, like what's the
Seems like
import of that?
somebody should summarize it. I think it's also very important. Mark and I agree with Karen explicitly.
If you hand me that. It's quite a long one. Yeah, okay, so and this is something that I can share. Yeah, so I'll read the second paragraph. From the get-go, the bronze object was installed in a manner deliberately intended to bypass PDC review and the high standards that the PDC has represented since its establishment in 1898. When first placed on Lower Broadway, the statue's meaning hinged on the way it faced down. The wretched bronze bull itself installed illegally. The Fearless Girl iconography is an exercise in bad faith, cynically employing a simple-minded image of a female minor, conjured up by the artists in cahoot with the PR firm State Street Global Advisors to evoke female power. There are hundreds of serious public artists exploring complex issues surrounding women in power. Had any of them had the opportunity to compete through the city's Percent for Art process, they could have produced a representation of female power with real intellectual heft and aesthetic force. Looking no further than Shazia Sikandar's recent project in Madison Square Park, Alison Sar's Swing Low, or Alice Aycock's Pavilion on the East River Esplanade to great examples. So I'm going to pause there, but also say that this is an extension and the permanent decision is not today. So just to clarify that.
I also want to state for the record that Triyoshi was reading from a letter that was from Michelle Bogart, who is Professor Emeritus at Stony Brook University in the College of Arts and Sciences, Department of Art.
And also an ex-commissioner of PDC.
And an ex-PDC commissioner. Kenza.
I just want to state I was against the first extension that we did for 11 months, but I voted for it, given the opportunity to have a succession of all of the legal issues and the lawsuits back and forth, and I held my nose on the idea that I did not think this was good art that supported women, but I understand that some people do really like it. But at this point, another 11 months is not going to solve the problems that we have. And we are standing in the way of people making art that will actually support women who have actually done things on Wall Street. I feel like if we continue to put our energy toward this, I at this moment cannot vote to extend another 11 months for this. I can't. And I want to support women. I want to support, and what I really want is for there to be works that support the women who've worked on Wall Street, who've done all of this work and borne all of these burdens and scarred themselves. And this does not do that. It is only because everybody's dying of thirst that offered a thimble of water, we argue about this thimble of water. And I don't have any problem, by and large, whether people like this or don't like this, but at this point, we keep addressing it as if it will address this, and it's not going to do that. It's just not. We're not gonna solve this problem, and I just think we should consider not extending this. We gave an adequate amount of time. I believe the first amount of time that I wanted to be able to give was 6 months. And if it was going to be solved in terms of dropping the legal suits and all the complications around it, it would have been done in 6 months. It could have been done. The full 11 months was granted. And really, we're in the same situation we were again, having a never to go down the road to kick the can. And you know what? I'm not into kicking the can. I'm not. I can't support it. Even and as I said before, if there was the possibility that by not supporting this, maybe someone could actually come up with some idea of how to support women by having more images of women who've actually done things on Wall Street, I would so support that. And actually would fight in ad infinitum for that, because it would be in support of something that related to the problem at hand. So those are my thoughts as it is now. I don't know if anybody else wants to speak to it now, but we're on the precipice of a vote, and I really want to strongly encourage people that we have so much work to do making improvements in the city. We can't keep revisiting the same sculpture again and again, hoping for a different outcome.
Thank you.
I just wanted to note that Mary,
Right.
I know you've had.
Commissioner Valverde
Verde,
wants to speak, but Susan, if it's a quick, do you want to wait until after?
If the PDC does not extend this today, what happens to the artwork? What are the next steps?
So, we at DOT would obviously have to take a look at that because it would essentially be an approval that's out there without any approval on our right of way. And of course, that would ensue conversations with folks much higher up the chain than me. So I can't give you an answer straight away, but we would have to really figure out what the enforcement protocol is then at that point, and whether we would cause the statute to be removed or something along those lines.
Okay, but Mary, I'm going to come to you in a moment, but just to follow up on that procedural question, does this extension give DOT the opportunity to fix a problem it already has? Will this extension result in, because the longevity of Fearless Girl that was improperly, we all acknowledge, placed in the public realm, resulted from a procedural mistake that now can be corrected through this process. Is that not the case?
Yes, and we've already taken steps to mitigate the process by which this was originally installed. We've talked at length with SAPO, the Street Activity Permit Office, which was how this was first installed back in 2017, in revisiting their procedures, as well as looked at our own temporary art program and are making revisions there to make it near impossible for a corporate entity to commission art in this way without going through a more formal process.
Okay. Yeah, please.
I just wanted to be clear to Susan's question. So if we were to not vote in favor of this extension, right, then you, the DOT, not you personally, but the DOT, would then have to look at what the enforcement measures could be. And I certainly understand you saying that's going to have to go up the chain, but it seems to me like clarity here is important, right? And so the most severe method of enforcement that the city could, but maybe won't choose, is removal of Fearless Girl.
Correct.
Right. So that if we vote to not approve this extension, it is a potential outcome that she'll be removed from the street, notwithstanding the very, very important arguments about the quality of the art. And I'm very, very impacted by Karen's very powerful statement. But the immediate impact of what this vote could mean is that she's removed from the streets altogether.
Correct.
Okay, so Commissioner Valverde, please give us your comments.
Sure. Kristen, I really sympathize with you as a woman artist trying to create work that is impactful to the city of New York. I understand how culturally it is something that has contributed to the landscape of downtown Manhattan. Saying that also, I think that this problem is larger than just what PDC can do. I don't know if it is, I know that we are the arbiters of public design and public projects, but because of the process, this specific artwork did not come to us in the way that we normally have artwork. Now, I feel like this is a policy problem. I think that extending the time would probably hinder you in terms of how quickly your problem gets fixed. I think extend this time, it just offers more time for the lobbyists to encroach on your rights as an artist and copyright law. So I would urge you to get some serious lawyers to assist you to rectify and fight through the policy, probably talk to representatives of downtown Manhattan and perhaps people that will support the arts and maybe the cultural arts department to support what your vision is of Fearless Girl. If we do not extend this, I think that it might help you have more of an opportunity to pressure and to a policymaker the validity of this work and to help artists in New York not be corporatized. I think this is a serious problem and that it's something that unfortunately the Public Design Commission is not able to solve for you specifically, but I think it is an important problem that needs to be heard overall, not just for your public piece, but in general for the rights of visual artists in this landscape of New York City, in what's happening with politics right now. I think that it's unfortunate that it has come to this point, but I agree. I am in agreement with Commissioner Kenseth Armstrong in saying that if we extend this, it's only offering more time for the lobbyists and also for the corporation to figure out a way to take the right away from you and the image that you created. So unfortunately, I don't see a way that this is going to help you specifically. And definitely it's not going to help the city of New York to give more time to lobbyists and to corporate entities to steal your copyright and to do what they want with your work.
Can I speak?
Yes, you have 1 minute to respond. Thank you so much.
I appreciate your comments. I do want to address the issue of a child.
Sorry, Kristen, I just want to announce this is the artist Kristen Visbal, and we are giving her 1 minute to respond. Go ahead, Kristen.
So the vision for Fearless Girl was to create a non-specific entity that would represent the future of women in business. She is valid whether you like her or not, because the world has embraced her. So now she's historical and she stands for equality. I appreciate all of your comments, but I need to know, if you don't extend it, then would I have an opportunity to present my proposal for permanence, which I've already given you. And as the Public Design Commission, you are in a position to supplant the corporate casting and replace it for an artist proof that does have some restrictions around it, but where I would allow the city to use the artwork in a broad sense to advocate for these ideals, and which would not require a co-approval from State Street. I've tried to outline that for you. That is the path forward for permanence now, right now. And then the way that people email me, you may have a problem if you try and remove Fearless Girl. Hopefully, I don't know what would happen.
Rebecca, is that time?
Yes, time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. And I believe Bill Heinzen has some comments.
Thank you. I do just really want to acknowledge the work that DOT has done and that Nick has done. DOT and Nick are partners with the PDC, and we rely a lot on his and their judgment. I feel like the request that's coming is from a good faith belief that some of these issues can be resolved. I certainly hear the sentiment of my fellow commissioners here. I wonder if some of that can be addressed through Commissioner Tisch's suggestion that we have more specific timelines within the 11th month period, not just 6 months. So my preference would be to approve the extension. The request for an extension as it comes from DOT is supported by the artist, but with a kind of maybe more specific sets of realistic markers, which I know really increases the pressure on DOT, but maybe will help us bring us to a conclusion, which is really the sentiment I'm hearing expressed by my commissioners.
Do you have a timeline in mind that you would recommend?
That's such a good question.
Thank you.
I mean, I think this goes back to, we're looking to you to suggest, working to you, Nick, to suggest.
Sure. And look, I mean, I will say, I think we are much, much farther along in the process than we were, obviously, when that initial extension or temporary approval was granted. Look, this is obviously, there's a lot of bureaucracy that goes into this. There's a lot of complications that go into this. There was a lot of process on the DOT and the administration side to really get us to this point. And I think we are, as you heard from the testimony from Kristen, really working towards a solution with the artists that we think will, ultimately be something that the agency can support, that we hope obviously the commission can support, but that still also protects our public processes. Like from the agency's perspective, we are most concerned with making sure that the traditional way that we are commissioning permanent pieces is intact, that we don't degrade that in any way, that we're also maintaining even our own temporary art process. That's part of what is taking the amount of time to get to this point and to have these conversations, because we are taking that very, very seriously. And we don't want to put forward a proposal to the commission that we think degrades that in any way. So that's where we're at. Again, we've had those initial productive conversations. I think Commissioner Valverde is fair in saying we want to keep that pressure up. And I think we're happy to agree to a stricter timeline or more regular check-ins. We're happy to come back every meeting if you all want us to. I don't think that's what you actually want, just to be super clear. But I do think we're very much committed to keeping staff in the loop and up to date on those discussions as they emerge with the artists, with State Street, with all of the stakeholders. And I do think that we can come to a resolution, at least put forth a proposal that the stakeholders are happy with. And again, whether that receives approval by this body or not, that's fine. But I think we could at least get to that point, and that's what this extension would allow us to do. And then we could really have a final resolution on this piece one way or the other. I do think right now we haven't had that time to fully engage the artists, to fully suss out those issues. And for a whole host of reasons, I totally understand the concern. Commissioner Armstead, totally understand where you're coming from. I get that. But I do think we can get to a point where there's at least a clear proposal on the table for the commission to consider.
When could you get?
Would you require the artist to be present at those meetings? Because I think that's very important. If she can't do it, then she needs to have a representative of herself and her work at these meetings, or else I think it's a moot issue.
No, absolutely. The artist is engaged, and we will continue to have her engaged in all of those conversations moving forward. I definitely hear that loud and clear. And we can certainly commit to that piece.
So given that you are not prepared to commit to a timeline at this time, when would you be prepared to commit to a timeline?
I mean, I think we're happy to get back to staff within a couple of weeks to give you a sense of where we see those conversations playing out.
Okay,
It's just I have to go back.
What's the
obviously,
date
to-
of our next meeting?
Our next meeting is in July, but the submission date is
On
this coming
Friday.
Friday, and end of next week is okay, or.
Yeah,
So perhaps
we can certainly get back to you an update by
By
that
the
time.
next,
Mhm,
week.
yes.
Okay. All right, Commissioners, Lori, any more? I will clarify, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, if there's no other comments, I'm going to clarify what's before us right now. It is this. And it is.
Good luck clarifying.
I think, okay, I'm going to do both sides. On the one side, this piece was placed in the public realm with deliberate intention to bypass procedures that are there so that whatever goes into the public realm accords with the high standards and the best interests of every resident of the city. And this did not follow that procedure. That's fact number one. Fact number two, it's a child, and there can be many different perspectives on whether a child represents women in finance, as Karen eloquently described as a former, someone who's been in the financial industry herself. There can be a well-meaning and substantive argument that a child does not represent the experience of women, and therefore is not the appropriate symbol for women on Wall Street. That's what exists on one side. On the other side, I think in a funny way, Ken said that you best summarized the problem, which is that because there's so few representations of girls and women in our public realm, Fearless Girl has become beloved. I think no one can argue that. It is a beloved piece of sculpture, and therefore we have to be mindful of that. Although, as we discussed in the last meeting, just because a piece is beloved in the public realm doesn't necessarily mean that it should be permanent, especially when those who placed it in the public realm did not follow procedure properly. However, as Bill eloquently stated, we exist, PDC exists to support the agencies of our city government, DOT being a very important one. And Nick and his colleagues have done a yeoman's job in trying to chart a course forward. And very importantly, Fearless Girl presents to us what in law would be like a case or controversy, meaning we had a gap, like a loophole in how things get into the public realm, and we need to close that gap. And if we don't extend, then DOT loses the opportunity to close the gap that we all would like to see closed, because we all agree, I think, as amongst the entirety of the commission, that corporations should not have the right to place permanent pieces in the public realm without following procedure. So on the one side, we have the failure to follow process, the arguable nature of this piece as a representative of women in the financial industry. On the other side, we have the beloved nature of the piece, as well as the piece presenting the opportunity to close a loophole that is quite dangerous. So I believe that's the summary of the vote that's before us vis-a-vis this 11-month extension. And I want to kind of underscore the fact that 11 months maintains its status as a temporary work. So if are there any other comments before I call the roll call on this extension of 11 months? Kenson.
I don't believe that the summarization that extending this will allow them to close their loophole. I don't believe that's a valid argument. But it doesn't. We are actually now going to either be legitimizing someone, a corporation using an image to, I mean, we would be legitimizing them doing that, actually, if we approve it, and we would be in the position of either denying them the access to this ongoing public if we decline, basically they are using this opportunity to continue having this conversation about whether or not they're in support of women's rights, which I don't think that we necessarily are in the business of doing. We're not in the business of helping corporations to get public awareness out about whether they are or are not in the rights of women. We are not. I am beyond, if it was going to be a secession of, at least if there was a secession of the litigation, I could at least have a conversation, but there isn't. And if it was going to be, it already would have happened in 11 months. It's long enough. And I honestly think that we're at a point where we can move on. We can do other things that are important in the public realm. And DOT, you have decisions to make, maybe above your particular pay grade, about how it is, but that is not in our domain, how it is that things come into your domain. And if they are not resolved when they come here, I think that is not our job to resolve them for you. And we already provided exactly that on the last trip. I remember saying exactly the same thing last time. And I'm not in the habit of thinking that that's a wise course of action, that completely exactly the same thing are going to give us different results. That is not our domain. And I strongly caution against this.
Memo.
So this is not
Correct.
so it's not in the city collection.
No.
So I think legitimizing it would be making it, approving it as a permanent artwork, which we're not voting on.
Yeah.
So legitimizing this statue would be
Can you speak louder in the mic? I can't hear you. I'm sorry, Manuel.
voting, legitimizing this statue for me would be approving, it's becoming a permanent installation and part of the city art collection. So I think right now we're approving the extension of a temporary artwork. And I'm just curious, what are the other temporary artworks that we've approved in the past for extensions?
I think, Nick, but maybe you could talk about the process for approval of temporary artwork, because they don't always come here.
Right, so I mean, temporary artworks that are installed for under a year are not subject to your purview per the charter. We have come to you a couple of times where there's been a particularly successful piece. There was a statue in Union Square, for example, that was installed pursuant to our temporary program, and then we came to the commission to extend it for a longer stay. That did end up coming out after a 2 or 3 year stint in Union Square. And I'm sure other agencies may have done the same, but I know that particular precedent comes to mind right away. But yeah, so there is that, where we have come to you for certain temporary extensions. And there's a provision in the charter that allows you to issue an approval for up to 3 years for a temporary piece.
Thank you. Bill?
Kenseth raises several important points. I want to clarify the one thing for the record, because I think it's really important. The loophole that we've talked about, which I think is the SAPO loophole, that is open or that has been closed? I think you said earlier that that's actually been closed.
Yeah, so we've already had conversations with SAPO about revising their policies when it comes to approving, short-term events that have some type of art piece included with them. And obviously we would be presenting that in more detail as part of our formal proposal when we're coming back for final resolution of this piece, but we're happy to brief the commission, and SAPO has said that they're willing to come and talk to the commission about that as well.
Okay, and that can be done separate from this.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
Okay, so I want to just reinforce what your perspective, Kenseth, and also to say that meaningful support of women's working life would be for Stage Street to have a daycare and for Stage Street to make more opportunities for women to enter leadership. And we don't know that any of those things have happened. So I think that needs to be said. Any more comments before we take the roll call? Lori?
One more thing, so we're all clear. What do we imagine is going to happen in 11 months? Let's just outline exactly what we are expecting.
Sure. So, I mean, we are engaged, obviously, in conversation with the artist as well as Stage Street. There are, it's no secret there are disputes amongst those parties, right? So we are trying to have a, frank conversation between those parties, as well as engaging with other stakeholders in the neighborhood to see if there is a path forward to where there is a, ultimately a proposal that we can put forth in front of the commission for its continued permanent placements at Broad Street. But that assumes a lot of things, right? So again, at least in terms of the next several steps, our goals are to have, ongoing conversations between the artist, State Street, and additional stakeholders. That will then really chart the course for us. And those conversations we will have in the next month or two, right? Like, we're not trying to wait forever to have them. We've already had a couple of those conversations. We've been working with the artist to sort of lay out what her concerns are with moving forward, obviously what the city's concerns are. Again, I want to reiterate our point that we don't want to bring a proposal to you all that we think jeopardizes the permanent commissioning of pieces through our typical process. So we're really trying to be very thoughtful about that. Obviously, I can't predict exactly how those conversations will go. So I can only guarantee you the timeline over the next 2 months. And then that will result, obviously, in where we can go from there in terms of bringing a proposal to you. But I don't expect it to take a long time. And if those conversations break down, then that will also be something that we would come and present to you. So either way, I do expect there to be resolution in the coming months. That assumes also that there's other administrative stakeholders from the administration that also have to participate. So this isn't just DOT acting on the agency's behalf. This is obviously a broader conversation as well. Sorry, that was a little fumble. I wasn't expecting to answer that question, but
So-
that is where we're at least trying to have.
So you have an agreement on the table that there's going to be a secession of the litigation.
I can't say that I have that.
I
at
can
the
speak
moment.
to that. There's
Sorry.
actually a trial was just scheduled for January. So by the time, if we were to grant an extension, there would be a different, for the record, there's a legal dispute between State Street and the artist. State Street commissioned the piece originally, and that legal dispute will go to trial in January. So by the time this would come back, there would be a different status there, some resolution.
But we don't know how that'll be resolved, or if there
Of
would
course not.
be,
No, that's why there's a trial.
or, yeah, and we don't know if there would be anybody appealing that trial.
No, all we know is that a trial's been scheduled, so, and it's for January. That's all we know.
Is it possible, commissioners, to table this till next month so that we have an adequate timeline for what the plan is? And to also have in writing assurances that the artist will be present at all aspects of the planning stage, and that there is an agreement as such so that we can move forward. I understand that this is for a temporary artwork, for temporary work. So I understand now that that's not in conflict with what we're talking about, but I do feel that it is in the best interest of the PDC to not support this in the future. And I hopefully there are policies that are in place, and I urge the artists to reach out to community stakeholders as well as people in the visual arts, and probably representatives to push through a policy, or maybe to speak on her behalf about the rights of artists.
Okay, Mary, I'm going to summarize what you just proposed, which is a strong idea for a way forward. You would have us vote to table and invite DOT to come back in July with a proposal for a timeline. So we wouldn't need to necessarily have the full 11 months, and that DOT would continue to include the artist in its decision-making. Is that right, Mary?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great.
Can you determine whether there'll be a quorum in July?
That I don't know. I'm sorry.
That means if we will have 6 commissioners present in July, do people plan on being away July 17th, right?
I think we can resolve the question of the quorum outside of the context of this decision. We can. Right, but if we don't have a quorum for July, we can, I think, table it till August. Are people comfortable with that? Because I'm not sure we can know everyone's travel status right now. Jimmy?
I'll be here. Our flight gets back in from Amsterdam on the evening of the 16th. So we'll be here on the 17th. But I just wanted to mention that, and I could support Mary's proposal. But with the understanding that we are still going to come back in either July or August to vote for an extension, right? That is what's
Correct.
happening here.
That's right.
Right, so we are,
And that extension, the timeline of that extension would be determined by
Correct.
what DOT proposes at that.
right,
meeting.
right.
Right,
That
and
we're
I'll
not
say that.
just kicking the can down,
Correct.
right? We are actually, the proposal is then to come back and vote on another extension.
Yes, thank
Right.
you. Yes.
But sorry, but just to clarify, the vote on the extension may mean that DOT comes back and says the extension is shorter than the currently proposed
Correct.
11 months. Meaning we're still in an interest to try to resolve this as soon as possible, not just extending for the sake of extending, which I think is everybody's
Exactly.
concern here.
Totally. And so I'll just restate, and Mary, you should jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but what she's proposing is that we table the vote on the extension because we don't want to extend for another 11 months, given that DOT has already had 11 months. So DOT will come back to us at the next meeting where we have a quorum, which we hope will be July, but could be August, proposing a timeline that's shorter than the 11 months, and they'll include the artists in that decision-making. That's the proposal, right, Mary?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. Are others in favor of, any more comments on that, Ken-Seth?
Seldom am I in disagreement with Mary, but I am in disagreement with Mary. Let's vote. Let's vote on an extension today or not. I don't know what that vote will be. I'm looking around the room and I see a lot of questions in people's faces. But I'd like to know whether people want to extend this 11 months. I think you all know where I stand on it and the reasons why and the confusion around it. I don't know if it will or won't be resolved in a month or there'll be a better timeline. We stood here 11 months ago in the same situation, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe a miracle will occur.
Okay, any other comments?
So are we tabling or voting?
Okay, so I'm going to call the roll call, and this is what we're voting on. It is, we will table this vote on the extension in 1 month or maximum 2 months' time, depending on commissioners' availability for a quorum. DOT will return with a timeline that will be less than 11 months because they've already had 11 months, and we are mindful that we need to move this forward more quickly. And the artists will be involved in the decision-making. So we're voting right now whether to table and give DOT the opportunity to come back and propose a different timeline for the extension. That's the vote.
But by that, you're implicitly saying we're going for an extension. The question before us is the length of the extension?
Correct. So we're tabling to, well, we could decide after tabling.
That's why I'm asking, because people are hearing two different things.
Okay,
So
let's clarify that then. I think the question you're raising is, could we decide in a month's time when DOT comes back with a different timeline that we reject it and we don't vote in favor of the extension? I think I would propose we reserve that power, that if what DOT comes back with, if DOT comes back and says, sorry, we're no further along than we were a month ago, I think at that point we could vote to, and I propose that we reserve the power to vote to not grant any extension whatsoever. At that point, it would be done. So that's,
I agree.
The trial is a set date, correct? So that timeline will not change.
I mean, so I can't predict the future. Obviously, there is a universe where the parties agree outside of that trial for what happens with regard to this particular statute, and we can present that proposal. But there is a likely scenario where it does have to resolve via that trial before we can come back. I can't rule that out right now. But obviously, our goal as the agency is to resolve this in as quickly a manner as possible. I said as much to Kristen, our goal is not to wait for 6 or 11 months. We are going to proceed with these conversations, assuming that we have that space to do so, in order to come back to you with a proposal for what the actual final resolution of this is.
and do you see the outcome of the trial as being determinative vis-a-vis DOT's decision-making?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
No. I mean, a lot of what the trial has to do with is copyright and messaging, less to do with the actual statute itself.
Okay.
I can't say that it is unrelated or it won't have some implication, but it is not necessarily.
But you see them as
driving
being
feature.
able to move forward on separate tracks.
Certainly,
Okay.
at least from the city's perspective. Again, we're obviously dealing with multiple parties here, so I can't speak for everybody.
Okay, understood. Additional comments? Okay, so I'm going to state again, just make sure that we're clear in the record. We're now taking a vote to table this for a month, ideally a month, but we will determine whether we have a quorum for the July meeting. At the July meeting, DOT will return with a proposal for an extension timeline. At that point, we will take another vote and we can vote then to approve the extension timeline as presented by DOT or to reject it at the next meeting. That's what we're voting on right now. Yes? Okay, great. So I will take the roll call now. Ken Seth Armstead. And you're voting to table, reserving the right to extend or not extend.
Honestly, I still don't actually understand what we're voting on for. I'm voting now to approve tabling to possibly approve an extension.
You could look at it this way. We're voting to table this decision to the next meeting. It's pretty much just that. We don't give up any rights vis-a-vis whether we could approve a longer term extension or not.
I'm
but
gonna
this would
I'm gonna
extend.
abstain because
Okay.
I'm gonna abstain.
The tabling? No, what we're voting on now is only whether you approve or reject tabling for 1 month's time. That's it.
I would reject the tabling.
Okay. Understood. And Isabel Casilla?
I will approve the tabling with a strong encouragement that we're really looking for a significantly shorter extension period.
Understood. Thank you. Lori Hawkinson?
I'll approve the tabling.
Bill Heinzen?
Approve.
Karen Keel?
Reject it.
Manuel Miranda?
Approve tabling.
Susan Morgenthau?
Approve tabling.
Meryl Tisch? Mary Valverde?
Approve tabling.
And Jimmy Van Bramer?
Approve table.
I also approve tabling, so if you could confirm, Shreya, I believe we have 9 commissioners who approve tabling, 1 abstention and 1 rejection. Were you abstention? Okay, so 2 rejections and the rest voting in favor of tabling. So that does give us a majority, and approval of the extension will be tabled for now with the understanding that DOT will come back next month.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Nick.
Nick, was that fun?
Always, always a blast.
Okay, last one before the break.
Okay, we've got 1 more before the break. I hate to tell you all. Should we take a break now and then?
We'll take a bio break for 5 minutes and be right back. Okay.
Excuse me, the boardroom's muted.
What's
There.
muted?
Great, now we can hear you.
Okay. Do you want me to start again? Okay.
Yeah, that would be great, please.
Okay, sure. So we're continuing the public hearing with items 28527 and 28528. This is a combined presentation for the preliminary review of reconstruction of a SEP Street, Davidson Avenue between West 174th Street and Featherbed Lane in the Bronx. The concept and the conceptual review of the associated artwork, which is will be installed there, and it's called A River Can't Stop, Won't Stop by CJ Chueca. Per standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, then we'll have public testimony, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants, and then commissioners will offer their comments and questions. We can now proceed with the presentation.
My name is Lang Pugh. I'm from WXY, representing the design team. We are subconsultants to CES Engineering for this project. So the site is located in the Bronx, just north of the Cross Bronx Expressway, between Featherbed Lane and West 174th Street. It's about a 110-foot long by 30-foot wide right-of-way with an existing stair in it. The existing stair is in very poor condition, granite steps and schist walls with sandstone or cast stone copings. This one thing that we'll get into is also the 8-foot wide stair had cobble terracing on one side against the building, the Featherbed Lane building. And on the other side was a sloped bank that has subsequently, since our contract was awarded, become a development site, which sort of complicated things. Anyway, you can see the state of repair, retaining walls. And this is the top of the stair. This is the arrival of the stair that goes this way. And this is the complication I was referring to, the excavation of the neighboring site. So when we started the project, we knew we had to both rebuild the stair structurally sound, ADA code compliant, and also address a neighbor. Well, as we started to realize we now had two neighbors to be friendly to. So you can see the basic problem we have. This is the cobble stretch. This is the existing stair, and this is the part where the excavation is happening. So the original stair had 4 intermediate landings and then a main central landing, and a 8-foot wide granite stair tread up. It was beautiful at one point. What we determined was that in order to make it code compliant, improve access, and also adapt a very common detail from step streets now as a bike channel to allow people to walk their bikes up, that what we wanted to do was split the stair, so a sort of up-down configuration, and open up the space, create some planting on all the edges as well as the center. The center, which is the alignment of the original stair, we had been tasked with trying to figure out what we could do with all this wonderful granite. And so the concept we came up with is to take the treads, turn them vertically, and use them as curbing within a planter to address the steep slope. You can also see here, which CJ will present, we've done our architect's rendering version of her art. So if there's any errors, it's our fault, not CJ's. She will present the design of this separately. But her railing is incorporated into the design. Other features that we picked up on by trying to put there's somewhat light challenge because of the new building and the existing building. This is the existing, it's 5 stories. This is a 12-story building. So we've carefully worked with DDC to develop plants that can be maintained under their program and also will work in this environment. were limited into where we could introduce trees. So we placed them where we were introducing gathering. So the other feature was that we reduced the number of intermediate landings so that we could make them more generous, have opportunities for seating or resting, and to really play off of this main central one, which is slightly bigger than it was before. We created planting areas with access points to be able to maintain them at each landing on both sides. And these have all been graded to address existing windows and proposed windows on the other side. There's also the existing building here has a fire escape on the side, so we had to incorporate the landing of that drop ladder to provide code compliant egress there. There is no egress planned from the new development onto this right of way. So here are some of the features I've already introduced. The art railing is represented, the extent of it is represented by the yellow line. The bike channel is the purple. These are the reclaimed granite steps creating the sloped planting beds. And then we've introduced Roman steps at the bottom to make something of this. I mean, we've also managed to push this back a bit from the corners of the buildings to have more of a landing pad, so to speak, at the sidewalk at the bottom. And that's what this rendering is intended to show. This is the view from the top, which is a somewhat congested area right now. There's a lot of people parked in the street, but by widening the stair, we've created, we think, a better entry point from the top. Currently, the central stair is in about this position, and this is a fence, and so we've sort of opened this all up from the upper neighborhood level. The other challenge about this is the street lighting component. Currently, right now, they don't have a real street lighting strategy, and it's a floodlight has been mounted to a street pole at the top and one at the bottom, and they just flood the space, which is sort of blinding as you walk up or down. You're staring right into a lamp. And so we've introduced the B poles, which you saw in those renderings before, in the central median space. Some of these are just showing you some of the kind of coordination that we had to follow. These windows, we couldn't change the grading significantly because we would obstruct windows. So we've ended up with two 6-foot wide paths, the bike channel and the handrail down the middle, which allows this art railing to act purely as a sort of guard, not as a something that people have to touch. And and you can see the planters in the middle recycling, reclaiming the stone treads. Here's some details. When we mentioned that it was in poor condition, we've actually are doing all new foundations. Obviously, it's a completely different configuration, so it's a completely new structure. And material-wise, we're proposing exposed aggregate concrete with a code-compliant SRI level. It's a very light gray pigmented concrete with a combination of black and white aggregate. This is the existing granite, which will be repurposed. And some of the cobble we're going to try to preserve. We're not sure we'll be able to, but the scope will try to reuse that. There's a very limited number of areas where the slope will prevent us from being able to plant. So we will be replacing it with cobble in those areas. E-pole, and this is the guardrail without the art. And here's our planting plan. It's a combination of shrubs and trees, which are mostly placed in the perimeter. And the perennial and grasses also in the perimeter, in there all in the center, yep. And this is to fill in other locations. And then there's a few other drainage features which are part of the project, but they're all below grade, so it's not really much to talk about here. So I will pass now to CJ or.
Hello, my name is Sergio Pardo. I'm the director of the Present Fair program at Cultural Affairs. I would like to introduce Cecilia Jurado Chueca, that was the artist selected for this commission. Before I pass the mic to Cecilia, I would like to mention a few things regarding this project. The art locations for this project were selected in agreement by all parties and with the guidance of the Department of Transportation. And the artists had the freedom to activate this space as is going to be shown on the presentation to follow. The second point is the budget. The initial budget for this project was $67,000. And recently we were able to increase it to $100,000 thanks to the Department of Transportation and the Department of Design and Construction. Still, $100,000 is one of the most limited, is one of the smallest budget that we're currently working on, but just want to mention that CJ has used it very wisely to be able to activate all the areas that were provided.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Is still morning? Yes. So this is the project we were preparing on. A river can stop, won't stop. I'm going to show you my previous work, some of them that are related to the projects, the project I'm presenting now. I work a lot with ceramics, hand-built ceramics, and also with the color blue. You're going to see it throughout my work. The blue, for many reasons. One of the reasons is because it's one of the colors we see the most. The sky is all over us, and it's the biggest portion of a color that we are seeing in our daily life. So also the blue is always portraying water. And since I use my experience as a immigrant from New York. I've been living here since 2003. And before that, I've been living in other places. And a lot of us here in New York have come, if not from other cities, other towns, and sometimes other countries. So in this case, well, let's see, let's go to my previous work. The one before was a river, and this one is it's called Two Blue Skies. Then this is, I am the river behind the wall. I do these ceramic leathers. Also, I mix leathers with paintings and ceramic objects. And this is an airport runway. It's a painting. I like to talk about arriving, departing, transforming. So my work, it goes around that a lot. This is actually the river on the town of my father, that who also migrated from a small town to a big city like Lima. And this is an installation in the metro station, Palais de Congrès in Montreal, with these ceramic windows, airport windows, airplane windows, and there were two sides over here. And this is another installation using Portuguese style. This is an actual door and window from a house that was demolished and reused. This is a recent installation here in a gallery in New York, in Kate's Ferry Projects. You can see again the use of the blue and the white. It was last year in a gallery called Kate's Ferry Projects in the Lower East Side. So you can see the incorporation of the leathers, but also of the ceramic objects. And again, this in this case was the white as the air, the blue as the ocean, but they still are walls. No, so my work also talks a lot about making something that is very hard, like a wall, being an open place, like could be a landscape, for example. No, this is a very early work. And I included because it talks about the night to the day, and it's a photograph of, there are photographs of the ocean going to different phases from the night to the day. This is the proposal. This is this will be the view from the side. So you can see how the panels go from a very dark blue and the mirror on the bottom to a very light blue. And it's basically, if you go upstairs, you're going to be facing the sky. So you are, in this case, entering into this process of passing through a few minutes while you go upstairs. I divided the project in two parts. The stairs, they are both parts connected. These are 50 mosaic panels comprised on glass and mirror mosaic. I'm using a reference of the river that inevitable ends on the ocean. And as rivers that inevitable end in this big city and melt. I also like the idea of making that the passenger, which is going to go upstairs, downstairs, feels that the place is moving along with them. And also because on the bottom, I'm putting mirror, the mirror is going to make a reflection because it's going to be facing the other mirror on the front. So it's going to give a little light on the bottom that you're going to feel like water, but also it's going to light up the space that's going to be between these two buildings. So it's going to give a little bit of a more luminous place. I wanted that to happen. In the other part is that very important for me is that this neighborhood is where the hip hop started with DJ Kool Herc that started to do these parties in his apartment. And when I went and talked with a few of the neighbors, one of the things that I realized, and they told me, is that most of them work 2 jobs or sometimes 3 jobs. And one of them told me that he needed strength and willingness. And I like the idea of that, to put a phrase that will relate to them, Can't Stop, Won't Stop, which is the title of a few songs, of hip hop songs, and also the title of a book that was on the early 2000s about the history of hip hop. So I thought that that will make the neighbors relate to the project too. So when you see it, these are details on the panels, as you can see it. And then here, if you see it from far away, because when you are on the side, there is a lot of space from here to crossing the street and vice versa. So it will start with the words are making mirror, and then the back it's made in the mosaic, but they are going to, the mosaic is going to be around the mirror. So they are going to be mixing with the shapes, and it's going to be very clear. Also, it's going to change at night, because at day it's going to be brighter, but because it's mirror, at night it's going to be much more subtle. So the piece itself is going to change. Another thing that's going to happen is that the landscape architects have worked on the plants to also have a way of falling once they grow. So they are going to be in a good conversation, the panels and the plants too, which is very nice. You can see another view here. And on the top, it's going to be the opposite. It's going to be a very bright mirror, and then the blue words, if you see them from very far away, because there are many blocks, and the metro station is like 3 blocks from here. So I like the idea of people, instead of seeing just a dead end, they see this phrase, Can't Stop, Won't Stop. This is another image of DJ Kool Herc outside of his building. And these are some of the materials coming from Mexico. And this is an example of a museum in Houston that has bigger tiles, and you can see how the reflections I'm talking about work. These are the sites. Also at night, the windows themselves are going to illuminate and activate the reflection on the panels, which is nice. And then you can see what you already listened about the gates, and this is like the panel itself. It's 3/5 on the top and then 2/5 on the bottom. And the mirror, it's going to have also some cuts where like are going to help the movement of the idea of the water. So it's going to be double by the reflection of the mirror itself, but also by the shape. And on the back, they are going to have the stainless steel of aluminum, and it's very easy to maintain because we see mosaic sites everywhere in the world for centuries, and they are very sturdy. And with a wet cloth, you clean it, and then that's it. This is a river in the middle of an urban space. Thank you.
Okay, Shreyashi, do we have any in-person testimony?
We do not have any in-person testimony. Rebecca, do we have any remote testimony?
We do not have anyone, excuse me, signed up, but there are quite a few people on the Zoom. If anyone on Zoom would like to testify, please use the raise your hand feature or physically turn on your video and raise your hand. Okay, I think that concludes. There's no remote testimony.
Okay, commissioners, do we have any comments or questions? Isabel.
I just have some comments and questions regarding the planting. I fully understand the concept, but there's two things that worry me. One is that it's a very dark space. You have chosen plants that do well in shade, but some are a little bit more, they like dappled sunlight a little bit more than others. And I think you're really dealing here with pure shade, other than not dappled light. So it would be good to know, have you done sunlight studies to understand how much sunlight do they get? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But we understand this, that we would definitely dive deeper into testing for.
I'll just go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm Dave Conrad, I'm BBC. We were we worked very well back and forth. I have horticulture undergrad and blah, blah, blah. So, and regarding this, we did do thank you. We did do a very deep dive on being very clear about, and like studies were done by WXY and CES. So we did do a deep dive and concentrating the more, it's a very good point. The more light dappled plants up towards the top, as Lang said, that there would be a longer exposure to sunlight than down towards the bottom. Also, each planter has a mix of plants, and they're planted very closely, and they're planted at a larger size, intended for a quicker establishment and to compensate for the possibility that some might do better than others. So there's no pure planting of any one type of planting.
And that was my next question. The steps in the middle, I understand you're basically trying to celebrate the reclaimed granite steps. But I see on the responses to the questions that you're saying the planters in size are 1.5 feet by 5 feet long. I wanted to ask what size you were planting, because if you're planting a 1 gallon pot plant, that's 4 plants. Max 5 if you really squeeze them in.
We're squeezing them in, and we're doing 6 in there, and we're doing ground covers for each of those planters.
Are you?
And that is 1.5 feet, and that's 53 inches, and it's by 30 inches in depth.
So you're doing 6 1 gallon plants total, and then
in each of those planters,
and then
then ground covers as well. I think maybe 12.
And the ground covers are plugs.
At quartz.
At quartz. Have you laid that out?
We are overplanting these with the idea that very clearly there might be some that don't make it. And we want to make sure that they are doing that. I will also point out that this will be maintained by DOT contract as on an ongoing basis. So as in many places, that plantings are not necessarily maintained to an ability or replaced as necessary moving forward. We are doing the best we can from our end in the forefront to address these concerns, but nature might be a different way.
Yeah, and I think that's my concern. I mean, when you look at urban planters, 3 foot wide is a good rule of thumb to make sure that they have proper soil depth, not only to fit, to develop themselves, but also to insulate themselves, keep moisture, don't get too hot, et cetera, right? So this feels very, very narrow to me. You are packing it in, which means some, as you very well said, you understand that some are going to survive, some are not. I still think it's very tight, but I also understand that the slope presents some challenges. So
if I can just, sorry, a little bit more because I'm excited about how this has been designed. I can, sorry, I apologize. I didn't expect to be up here. Here we are. So the renderings, I will say, I have focused much about how those steps are working. I will say this is a 17-inch reveal. These plants are 3 out of 4 of them are 18 to 24 inches in height, and that there are ground covers, both Vinca and Winter Creeper, and I believe another one I can't remember,
Pachysandra as
that
well.
would be coming over the edge. So I knew there was a concern that had come up previously regarding the amount of reuse granite that might be seen. Unfortunately, this doesn't quite show a mature planting, but rather an initial planting more so. So I hope that answers some of that.
it does. I would say my personal concern, and maybe other commissioners have other concerns, is less about seeing as much of the granite and more about the actual amount of soil surface that is being provided to these plants. Given we're in a very harsh environment, not a lot of sunlight, not a lot of water retention because of the small space, trash, blah, 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 right?
From a horticulture standpoint, I am going to differ on the water retention. We're going to be in a low light area where I don't think we're going to have a water problem on soil maintaining water.
But are you doing irrigation?
No, we are doing water truck storage.
Okay, so for example, the past 3 weeks, we've had extremely dry climate where a lot of plants I've seen on my own projects are in very shady areas, are not doing well because it's just very dry, right? And that's not something, I mean, climate change, right? That's not something we can control. My main point is, I think as a footprint for a planter, it's very, very small. I understand you're gonna pack them in, but that means some are gonna live and some are not going to live. The ground covers have a higher chance of survival because they're gonna crawl, and they maybe are going to fill in the spots of those plants that perhaps don't do as well. So I think just thinking about how they actually are laid out on day one, how are they working together, which species are going to outcompete which, and if we do lose something like a Brunera, which is very delicate, are we putting a Pachysandra nearby or something else that actually will fill in that space? Because we do want a beautiful green look on day one, but plants also need soil mass to expand. If you pack them in, they just won't grow. So it's a balance.
It is a balance, I will give you that. And as we are having this conversation and as we're moving forward and we're going to a final on this, I'm assuming that within the response, there will be a clarification regarding how PDC wants us to move forward in looking at this. Am I correct? Okay.
You just heard it.
Yeah.
Instead of having 17 inches, you said?
18. Yeah.
18 inches.
18 inches deep of just having, ganging them up. So you had half the number of beds.
Yes, this then gets into a whole soil erosion concern and a concern about what we can do. We currently have them level on these. Conceivably, we could go a little wider with somewhat of a, I would go 3-to-1 max.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Understood.
Versus level. I will say we have geotextile on the detail. Geotextile is basically on top, underneath the mulch, but it's a shaky erosion control situation. It can go wider, and we can consider this as a widening nose and doing somewhat of a slope. We would want PDC's response on.
What's one other thing I would just add, which we're. We,
Placement of the granite also had to take into account the drop off that would result from the stair into the planter, just as a public safety standpoint. So that's part of the reason why we didn't go further apart with a level planter. But we can go something in, as David suggested, we could go something in between spreading them out and having level to having spread them out in a little bit of slope and you know, maybe get up to 2 feet or a little bit more for the depth.
I think that sounds to me like a reasonable exploration. Trying to open up the width of the planters while not exceeding 3-1. I agree with that 100%. And being careful with your species selection so that those more delicate plants, you know, are balanced with those creeping plants, let's say, that need less soil volume. And that will guarantee a green space. You know, a Carex, a Brunera, they do need a lot of soil space. And I don't think these planters are the appropriate size for those. The other ones that you mentioned, I think, what was the creeping ground cover that has a little blue flowers?
Vinca.
Vinca spreads everywhere, right? Something also like a creeping raspberry, you know, it also spreads and droops. So all I'm saying is think about the behavior of the plants against the footprint of the soil. And if there's a way to expand it, you know, in a strategic matter, I understand there's also elevation issues with the stair. I would encourage you to do that.
That answered your question, am I correct?
Yes.
You answered your question.
I'm very excited about this project. I think it's really cool and it's so needed. It's a great spot in the city and very unique. And it looks like you're making it so much more interesting with the art and the landscape. So I was wondering about the lighting. When I'm trying to understand where these beep holes are going, because I didn't see them in section. And you mentioned how there's these very glaring lights that are there. So where are there? How many are there?
We have them at every night.
So in the section, that's where I don't see them in the section. Yeah, you know, so because I was wondering, I was just thinking about the height and the windows and there's.
That's one.
So there's just 2. So in the section. There's one there, and then they're how high?
They're 12.
Uh-huh.
The bottom of the picture is 12.
So those 2, I mean, I'm trust you, obviously you've got a lighting designer, and you've worked on the throw and everything. Right. And then you've got people's windows and that kind of thing. So, but I know you have to work between where these landings are, but I guess that's the light fixture. It's just 2 light fixtures. That's it. End of story. And what was that blue line around? Maybe it's just showing there. What is that turquoise line?
That's just on this line.
Oh, okay.
So
That's nothing. That's nothing. Okay, got it. Okay.
There's a street light at the tree well here. Is there a street lamp?
Yes,
Yeah.
there's a regular city street lamp. That's actually one of the. Flood is.
So are you gonna change, are you gonna, not to interrupt, but are you gonna change that flood? The thing
Excuse
is,
me, correction, that is not a flood any longer. That's removed.
Yeah, it won't be.
On the bottom, And there's a street light at the top that has back flow of light. Proposed, oh, I'm sorry, proposed. My confusion.
Kenseth.
So my main concern, first of all, CJ, I just want to say, if I may call you CJ, may I call you CJ? CJ, I really appreciate your work, and I want to say it looks great, and I appreciate it. And I also appreciate that for such a limited budget, you really made an effort to activate the whole space and make the whole space something that people in the community can use. My main concern is that even in the daytime, like I'm looking at the Google Maps of it right now as it's constructed, because the second building is in, even in the daytime, it's quite dark. Like I'm concerned whether or not there's going to be enough light for people to get the read that you want going up and down those stairs. And in order for people to get that read on the reflective area of the stair, there has to be enough ambient light. And I'm wondering if the lighting system is going to still be active in the day, the in situ lights, to give a little bit more of a boost, because you go from, if you're going in midday into that space, it's almost like going to night. And it will impede people, I mean, because just of the just general day blindness, they'll go to night. So the dark parts may not read as art, and the reflective parts won't be reflecting because it's you get kind of day blindness. So I was wondering if the timing on the lights is for ambient light or if they're timed lights, and if they can be tuned so that you have a consistent light throughout the space. Because I want people, this artist worked really hard to make this very subtle relationship between movement and flow. I actually want people to perceive that subtle movement of activation and their feet moving in the water and etc. Does anybody understand what I'm talking about here? Yeah. So if you could speak to that. And then also that obviously, if that does happen and there needs to be some fine tuning that's technical, I don't think that should come out of your budget because your budget is so limited as is. But I think it should go into the infrastructure of the space itself. And the architect should kind of underwrite that cost and really support it so that this artwork can really be fully seen.
From my end, one of the reasons why I chose the mirror was because it has a light by itself. It's kind of like these beings in deep water, no? That they are self-lighted. And in this case, when you see a mirror anywhere, you know, even when you are at night, you know, and you go to the bathroom, there is always a reflection. It's very interesting how it's always active, you know? And also the mosaic are like these little precious things that have the ability of always bring the light in from wherever. So, so that's one of the reasons why I use, and also because there are shades of blue, and the blue is a color that the sensorial experience of the blue, it's almost physical, you know, like people react to blue in a very special way. So even if they are going to be on the dark and on the darkest, it's always going to give you the night experience, for example, something very, very dark. So I think that even in the darkest moments, they will be present. And obviously for people that are going to be using the stairs all the time, many times they're not going to even see them, but I think it's a good companion.
Sorry, commissioners, I just wanted to jump in on the lighting piece because that is ultimately DOT who's responsible for the pedestrian lights. In certain circumstances, we will do day burning, but it is pretty rare. It obviously comes at a cost to the city. We're at preliminary, so I'm happy to take that back and talk with our street lighting folks to see how we might adjust that. Obviously, the final locations of the poles where they actually sit on the stairs, as well as the street lights at the top and the bottom, will also still be evaluated by our street lighting folks. We are first and foremost concerned with the quality of light and making sure that it's safe for people to go up and down the stairs, but we'll then take into those other considerations. So that happy if that's a condition of approval, whatever the case is, but we'll take that back and take a closer look.
Other commissioners?
Yeah, I had
No.
a question about the can't stop, won't stop like how that's materialized. So is that in mosaic pattern or it's not printed, is that right?
No, it's a mosaic too, you know, like the same way that we see the mosaic letters on the metro stations.
Okay,
You know, and you know, in the metro stations that they put around the mosaic, the smaller, like, you know, and the shape, just to reinforce the shape with the other tone. So that's the way that it's going to be. So, and also it's going to be, this blue is going to be the same blue as the beginning.
Okay.
So that's how they are going to.
and then it reverses at the top.
Exactly.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. Thanks. I think it's a great piece. So, yeah.
Bill?
I think we had had discussions about the lighting, and so I just had some similar concerns, and maybe eventually if we could see like how it's going to look at night, that would be helpful.
A night rendering would be great.
Night rendering.
Yeah.
I have a question. First of all, I just want to say, I think this project has like really lovely marriage of the idea that you're trying to convey, that you do convey through your piece, and then the work that you did to kind of give it a home, and the separation of the street, the plants up the center. It's a very felicitous marriage of the work and the space, which is very hard to do. So I just want to acknowledge that must have been a very productive collaboration. And I think it's very clear, as you explained, the narrative behind your piece, and it's a rich and deep and complex one. It really comes through. So I congratulate you on that work, both of you. I had a question about the mosaics. I was wondering, in the freeze thaw that we have like less and less than we used to, but we still have, as the water infiltrates the grout. I know that in some places in the city where there's outdoor mosaics, you quickly see like popping off of tiles. And I was just wondering how these will be adhered and how they manage the freeze thaw challenge.
So they, the company that is the fabricators are the fabricators of a few sites here also in the NTA, other places. So they do work with the epoxy that is very hard. So, and it makes it very level. So they are not going to have a volume by itself, each piece, but they are going to be almost flat, or so that makes it very hard to get apart.
I see. So the epoxy doesn't allow for infiltration.
Yes.
I understand. Okay, great. So you thought of that. Okay. So any comments before we take a vote? Okay, so I'm going to summarize the key comments. So I want to just remind everyone that it's 2 votes. First, we'll vote on the reconstruction of the street, the step street, and then second on the piece by CJ. And with regard to the reconstruction, we are asking the design team to look at the study redesign of the planting beds to allow for a little more soil volume, as Isabel raised, and also the planting plan, like the number of plants and the density of planting, and also the composition, right, of the species, to look at that. And then finally, and probably most significantly, to study the question of day lighting, and that would be a DOT thing. And I think we would like to make that a condition of approval, that the team studies the day lighting and makes the convincing case that the piece, which is a beautifully composed and conceived piece, would be readable during the day and at night. And we'd like to see a night rendering. So the studying.
And another day rendering too, because the day rendering now is not, because it takes into account the one building, and it's much different right now with the both. So it's almost like a night condition in the day, and I'd like to see that rendered as well.
Okay, so then as a condition.
Can I say one thing?
These do have the ones that we did, which are not the same thing. These are taking into account the 2 buildings and actual, the model was placed so that this is an actual condition during the day.
Okay.
That's a lighting, yeah, so it shouldn't just be a rendering, but it should be
Yes, no, it's a model.
a
it's
model
model,
that
Yes. correct.
Oh, and it's. you can-
is
So you can
showing the
see-
lighting
You
level.
can see how we mentioned before that the upper third is where you get some, like, this is actually reflected
Mhm.
as an actual condition. There will be some amount of light that bounces around. So it won't, I don't think we'll get like deep shade, but it will actually not be like walking on the sidewalk. But remember, it's also 30 foot wide, so it's pretty wide, yeah.
Anything else, Lori? Okay. Okay, so then when I take the roll call, what were we voting on is approval for preliminary approval for reconstruction of the Step Street. And for final approval, we asked the team to explore redesign of the planting beds as well as the planting plan and plant selection and speak to us about their work setting that. And then to share with us their plan for increased lighting in the daytime and renderings of both day and night lighting. Okay, and with that, Ken Seth Armstead.
Approve both with the conditions stated.
Okay, we're gonna do two separate.
Oh, okay. Approve with
This is just
conditions.
the reconstruction of the.
Yes.
street. Okay, Isabel?
Approve with
Garcia?
the conditions stated.
Okay, Lori Hawkinson,
Approved.
Bill Heinzen,
Approve.
Karen Keel,
Approved.
Manuel Miranda,
Approve.
Susan Morgenthau, Meryl Titch, Mary Valverde. Oh, okay, and Jimmy Van Braber. And I also approve, so we have a unanimous approval with the conditions as stated of all commissioners present. And now I'm going to call a roll on the artwork on the Step Street. That's item 28528. And commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote. Ken Seth Armstead,
Approve.
Isabel Casilla,
Approved.
Lori Hawkinson,
Approved.
Bill Heinzen,
Approve.
Karen Keel,
Approved.
Manuel Miranda,
Approve.
Susan Morgenthau,
Approved.
Meryl Tisch, and Jimmy Van Bramer. And I also approve, so also unanimously approved. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
We will now take a 10-minute break and be back with the committee items. Thank you. Yeah.
Welcome back. We're going to begin the committee meeting again. Yeah, who is this guy? We'll begin with the conceptual review of the construction of administrative building and adjacent site work, Harper Street Yard, 3211 Harper Street in Corona, Queens. We will not hear public testimony or vote on the project today. So presenters, whoever you are, you can begin.
Commissioners, good to see you all again. Nick Petnati from DOT. It's been a fun day so far. I'm just giving a brief intro on this one. Really want to emphasize how important a project to DOT this is. It's an administrative building that houses approximately 400 of our staff. We're a big agency, but this is a big population. It is the sort of center of operations for part of our roadway repair and maintenance facilities, as well as our fleet share. This is the only fleet building that deals with large vehicles and particularly heavy duty trucks. And so it's a really critical facility for the agency. We're very excited to have the team on board and for DDC to be partnering with us in this project. And I will now turn it over to Kevin, right, the designer, and we'll walk you through.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Keaton, partner at Silver Architects. I will just walk you through first the site, and then we'll get into the conceptual design for. Okay, so the project's located in Queens. We are at the corner here. This is Flushing Bay. There's LaGuardia Airport. This next slide zooms you in a little bit. We are that red crochet there. That's the site proper. The purple is what's called the South Lot. That's where a lot of the employees will be parking their cars before they enter into the site. There's Shea Stadium or City Field, as some refer to it as. And there's a 7 tray. You can see sort of Flushing Bay and how we're directly associated with that. This is a closer view of the site itself. We're basically right under where the Van Wyck meets the Whitestone Expressway. Harper Street is along here. This is Harper Street here. Our property ends right at Harper Street. Those two obviously the water's edge, and then it ends back here on the viaduct and along Marina Road. These are a couple of views of the site. This is a view of Harper Street. This is the MMR building. That building will remain. Those buildings beyond will be demolished as part of the project. But this is a view of Harper Street. Turning off Marina Road. Here again, Marina Road. There's Harper Street. Our site ends right at that property line right there. Across the ways, I believe it's Parks Farm. This is a view of the site. There's an existing temporary structure there on the site. It's been there for about 12 years. So more temporary. This is site again, looking down on the site. There's that tent structure if you're open to move. This is a view of the Flushing Bay. This is a promenade along that. Further down as you make your way towards the LaGuardia Airport. Now. And this is you inside the site. You can see it's quite chaotic. Right now, we're storing a large portion of the material in these cargo vessels or cargo containers. This is the array of particular traffic that's in and around the site. Area. This is now a view making your way into the site under the viaducts as you make your way into the site from the right or to the east of the site. And just lastly, this is a view look at from College Point, looking back towards the site, seeing the tent that you see. So our goal from the get-go has been to organize a disorganized site, not only from a building perspective, or to site the building, but also how to organize particular traffic that's entering. So there's a number of demolition that has to happen in 2 phases. In all likelihood, we're still working with DDC DOT. In all likelihood, we'll be eliminating all of these buildings in red in 1 phase. So that's a little update there. And then once the building is complete, all the equipment and storage that's in that temporary shed will be moved into the building. And once that's done, so this is an overall concept for the site. We want to clearly delineate the yard from the new admin building and access into that admin building. So pedestrian access into the building will be, as I mentioned before, from the south lot, across the Marine Road, and then up Harper Street and into the lobby located on its left, or the west side of the site. Vehicular traffic into the yard will come in along here. All vehicular traffic associated with the yard will be within the confines of the yard. And any loading into the building will be directly adjacent to that. Pedestrian access points will be in and around the yard on the perimeters in order to access the Mar building and the future launch building. This is a site plan of the new proposal. As you can see here, this is the Mar building, this is the main. This is the lot itself, the yard. This is where we're containing all large vehicular traffic in the zone. We are locating a new truck wash bay in the yard in order to easily allow trucks to maneuver in and out of the building. There's an existing monitoring station, which is monitoring both of these diesel and fuel pump stations. Again, as I mentioned, pedestrian access will be on the perimeter of the yard. You can see the new building. There's the upper stories right here in white, and then the building, which I'll get in a minute. This is located parallel to Flushing Bay, taking advantage of those views. So three main driving factors for the building and building shape is one, we have to raise the majority of the program up above the design flood elevation. Two, we're hindered by the FAA height limit of the airport. The main idea here is really to create a large plinth to house the warehouse and all the equipment and storage elements that DOT needs, desperately needs. This will be located in one large flat plate outside space, which we call it. And lastly, the admin floors will be located above that plinth, taking advantage of the views out over the bay, and also taking advantage of the space given by the roof of the plinth. So programmatically, this is how we're distributing the program. Pretty consistent with what I just mentioned. The warehouse is in this double type volume. There will be personnel support spaces on the back end of this, taking advantage of those views. That's mainly what we really want to do are. And then above that will be 2 levels of office and admin space. This is an axon of the building, just further illustrating what's happening in and around the building. The locker rooms are located tucked on the back end of the north side of the plinth. That plinth will be a double height warehouse storage space for the DOT. Above the plinth will be as much extensive green roof as possible, along with the need for photovoltaic cells. And then those upper 2 levels will offer us great view back to New York City skyline and over the country. So I'll quickly walk you through the plans of the building. As I mentioned, the yard is over here, so any vehicular access into the building will be directly off the yard. Pedestrian access will be coming off of Harper Street. This is now a view of that plinth. You can see the warehouse, the majority of that. We have locker rooms. We go with 400 lockers in this facility. There's a muster room here. This muster room is where they take roll call. So it can be subdivided or opened up if they have an outside visitors come in. This is that mezzanine above that. We're still in the plinth here. Again, we push that over there to take advantage of those views out over there. This is now a view of the office floor. We were at the plinth level. You have access to that area both on both the north and south side. Our floors are tucked in the middle of the volume itself, and we have right in the perimeter of the conference rooms for guests or DOT workers. In many cases, the desks are located mostly to page right or the west side in order to get views of the yard, direct views of the yard. Here you can see here just the views you get back towards the city skyline, Flushing Bay. So at this point, I will hand it over to Allison, who can type landscape design at QOP.
From QOP. So as Kevin and Nick mentioned, this is a facility that serves a lot of vehicles. So as far as landscape goes, it's pretty minimal because most of the yard is given over to the real service needs and there's not a lot of space left over. So we're concentrating on the area directly around the building. So along Harper Street, we've added a wider sidewalk that has some street trees that are in large tree pits. And then we have some space underneath the plinth that can be used by the workers. So our goal here is to kind of create a more pleasant experience for the people who use this site every day. And So as you come into the lobby area, we have some birch trees up here in a planted area that kind of frame your view up to the bays. And that's like gives you a little green space visible through the glass of the lobby area. And then on the east side here in front of the maintenance building, we have an employee garden area. So right now in the existing conditions, the employees who use this site have kind of made their own little garden with some planters and shade elements. And so we're trying to kind of recreate that experience and give them a space that they can make their own with sitting areas. So when they're on lunch break or on a break between shifts, they can sit here, they've got some picnic table and they can plant their own flowers and vegetables and whatever they like. On the roof area, as Kevin mentioned, a large amount of the roof is given over to PV, but we are providing the green roof spaces, and that will be an extensive green roof that's mostly sedum plants because of the full sun and the narrow, shallow soil depths that we have. But we have provided a walking path that allows people to walk all the way around the building to take advantage of the views into the site and the yard out over the bay and to the city. And you've got some pretty nice views here. And then on the wider side, there's a little bit of seating. This just shows some of the materials we're using. So keeping this really simple because there's no maintenance here. So this is not someplace that's going to be heavily maintained. So for the street trees, we're looking at the willow oak in these large tree pits. At the waterfront, river birch, a native waterfront species. And then we're suggesting an underplanting of the no-mow grass. So that's a grass that won't get too high, but doesn't have to be mowed. You could mow it if you like. The green roof, and then a little bit of the inkberry sort of to edge the employee garden areas. The yard itself, so there's a security requirement around the yard to be enclosed. Plus, we are in the flood zone here. So what we're proposing here is a perimeter wall, a low knee wall that's at elevation 10 that's going to kind of protect from most of the nuisance flooding. And we've been looking at, the different flood elevations taking into account sea level rise to 2080. So that wall will be set at elevation 10. The building elevation itself at the ground floor is 9.5. But the site varies from like 7 to 8. So that wall may vary between about a foot to at the most 2.5 feet, say, in relation to the other areas. And then that is topped by the required 10-foot high anti-climb security fence, which we will try to make that something that is as transparent as possible, but that's all still in the design process. So I'm going to hand it back to you, Kevin, to just wrap that up.
So here we'll just pull you out from the building itself, just show you some imagery of the built environment around here. And you can see it's very industrious, monochromatic palette, very industrious utilitarian buildings. Some of these are the auto store. So we want to really apply a simple and clean palette across the site. This is necessary in order to provide a sort of calm and reserved building in this very chaotic environment. So at the ground floor will be concrete. At the plinth of the building will be a corrugated metal panel, galvanized finish. And then on the upper levels will be a furry glass unitized glazing system. So here this just illustrates the concrete at the base, the corrugated metal panels in its vertical orientation in order to touch. Pretty glass at the upper offices, and then we'll be repeating levels. Here we're looking for an extremely durable, easy maintenance, and innovative solution to this project from a design perspective. And here you can see we're going to be incorporating as much LEED initiatives in order to achieve LEED gold. As I mentioned, we'll have a high performance building envelope. We have PV cells as noted. We'll have a geothermal system embedded into the project. We'll be using low embodied carbon for all of our material and using as much recyclable content as possible. So I'll just walk you around the building. This is a view of the north side of the building. This is as if you're at Flushing Bay. You can see the pedestrian lobby is off of Parker Street. Any vehicular access and loading will be off of the yard on page left. This is the back side of the plinth, so this is where the locker rooms are. And this is the muster room. This is where roll call will be on a daily basis. And then the office levels above there. This is a view of that same elevation from a rendered perspective. Again, a really calm, clean, and simple building to really diffuse the chaos in the yard. This is a view of the building from the east side. Now you're in the yard. This is the access points, vehicular access points. There are some offices that you may remember on the second level, which is direct views down to the yard. This is a view from Harper Street on the west side. There you can see basically the plinth as it is, nice clean surface of that corrugated aluminum. The office levels above. And I'll end on this next image. Or sorry, we should talk about the truck wash bay is needed, and we've detached it from the building in order for that structure to be in the yard. Again, direct access for vehicles to enter and exit the building. That small but simple structure will take on the same aesthetic qualities as the building itself. And this last image here just shows you how we want to create sort of a subdued, quiet, and reserved building to enhance the user and occupant's experience. And I'll leave you on this note. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin and Allison. Are there questions or comments from commissioners?
Just
Jim.
very quickly, I think it's on. I love that this is in Queens and that you're investing in this part of Queens. And I think it's great. It's a great project. The only question I have is, you showed earlier an image of the entire area, which of course I know well, being a big Met fan. And what we used to call the Iron Triangle, of course, because you mentioned the current conditions, right, and the industrial nature of it all. But of course, that's going to change very dramatically, right, with essentially a city within a city emerging as a neighbor to this. And I just wonder if that very immediate change in this portion of Queens, which I think is great, impacts your thinking about this at all.
I think as a team, we've collectively thought of that. This is a DOT facility.
But sorry, you lost the mic. Oh, but it has been something the team has considered.
One of the things that we did is because of the large that was definitely which you probably see it more from there than you would from
Lori?
Yeah, a really beautiful project. And also I wanted to just say that it's an excellent presentation, super clear, very, very easy to understand. Also, the landscape is very appropriate and also sensitive. So that being said, so I had a question also about the urban context, which is maybe just wanted to know, are people driving here to work, all these people? Are they the ones parking in the parking lot? Are people, how far are they walking from? I was just trying to understand, because they come in on that one side to the west, I guess it is.
I could sort of.
They're coming across, like, where are they coming across? I can't imagine.
Majority of people, 95 to 90%, driving here.
Driving. And then.
Marine Road, and they're parking in the southern parking lot here.
Oh, not on your property.
The only people that will be parking on the property will be supervisor. There'll be supervisor parking up in, just around the front here.
So those are all DOT vehicles over there.
These are all.
Turn on your mic.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
You might have lost the other one. Just a hand.
Yeah, so anything that's within the yard is a DOT truck
Mhm.
in multiple, an array of sizes.
Okay.
Supervisor parking, I think there's 32 of them will be tucked underneath the plinth and, skirting out there as you see. But the majority of employees that are driving here are across Marina Road in that south parking lot.
So you're at what stage? This is preliminary, where are we here? Concept, okay. So we'll understand your railings and all of that later, obviously. But I'm also, I don't know if I want to use the word excited, but I'm very curious to see how this design build comes out. Because you guys are really leading the pack here with a project that has a very strong presence, has a very clear, beautiful, simple design, seems very doable. And I'm really I guess I'm hoping that it works. I don't think it has a great track record, if I could say that frankly. And so since everybody's putting all their money in that bucket, more power to you. So I'm really interested to hear back. I think DDC should get that feedback from this project, wherever you are. Right? There you are. Hi. Good. Be great to know how it works, DOT and everybody.
Yeah.
So good luck with that.
We have a great team, anywhere from Richard, DOT, DEC, and the Urbana team here. to
Great.
help us. So we're hoping for just as much.
Yeah.
Would you mind repeating connectivity to the neighborhood? Because at that point we had lost your audio and this is our, for the record on YouTube.
Yeah, was this in response to Jimmy Van Brimmer's
Yes.
question? We talked from a site context perspective, we've looked at where we are in general and what those future developments are. And as I mentioned, there's sort of barriers and thresholds before you even get to our site. So here's the development. The portion here is already in development, we should say. There's going to be a soccer field there, and there's future development being planned as you make your way towards the site. As we were just talking about, there is sort of these buffers. We're buffeted by the sort of Northern Boulevard, making its way east-west, the Van Wyck and the Whitestone Expressway, and then we have the vehicular parking lot of B, which creates a barrier there, and then here, which is not highlighted, that's where the DOT asphalt plant is. So we're surrounded by these buffers, not in essence the most attractive, but they're still there and they're needed and they're required.
I have a couple of questions. Something that's not super clear to me on the plan, and maybe you can walk me through it, is I think from your description, the waterfront is not publicly accessible, right? What happens at the end of the street corridor where I believe the street is still public, but then you're cutting off access to the waterfront turning right? So what actually happens on that terminus?
That's
Okay, so along, oh, sorry. No, I kind of wanted to go back to the aerials. Sorry to mess around with this. So along the waterfront to the west of us is the Flushing Bay Promenade, and that ends down here. It completely ends. And this site is completely fenced in. This is Parks Department property, but used as part of this site. And Parks Department has no current intention of reclaiming that property. Harper Street itself is in fact a public street, but acts as though it is a private street. This acts as really the access into this facility. There's a guard booth right here. So the public is not allowed up this street. There's a sign outside that says authorized personnel only. And so when you come to this promenade, There's a dead end and a sort of a turnaround. There's a kayak ramp further to the west here. And then if you're on a bike or you're walking, there is a continuation of the greenway as a bike path that comes around here. But there's no public access to the waterfront here or really anywhere around here, like at the asphalt plant or at any of those spaces. So this is the end of the public access, but it isn't just one interruption in the public access. It's kind of a part of another longer interruption in the public access.
So with that in mind, if you can go to the site plan, I'm just trying to understand what happens at the moment where Harper Street terminates against the waterfront, and then you have the Birch planter.
Okay.
Is there a wall or a separation between those two?
Well, at the moment, Harper Street is not very well defined. Like you can see in this aerial that there's no actual curbs and there's parking like just directly accessing into these buildings. So there's no real street as it is. So when we develop this, we're going to slightly formalize that by making a real sidewalk on this side, ending the street here. But in order to get to the public areas, you do have to come into the site through that perimeter security area. And you can then access the garden areas from, and all the areas around the building, and kind of continue, like this will also connect into the yard. So if you're in the yard over here, you can walk into these garden areas. So that kind of garden area is fully pedestrian accessible from any place within the yard once you're in the perimeter enclosure.
And the perimeter enclosure is defined by the blue low wall that you mentioned?
Yes,
or-
so that's that solid thick gray line, which is what we call the knee wall that connects up to existing buildings on the south side and then connects all the way around the site. And it has 3 entrances to it. So we have an entrance, I don't know if there's a better picture, but anyway, there's an entrance into the main yard from Harper Street. There's an entrance into the main yard from the east side. And then separately, as is, I am going in the wrong direction. Separately, as is required by DOT, there's a separate entrance into this enclosed supervisor parking lot so that that traffic is not interacting with the big heavy trucks and machinery that have big turning circles and all that is going into the yard. So that there's 3 site entrances.
That's very helpful to understand. And I think the area on the waterfront is very thoughtful, and how you have arranged a variety of different seating types, some that are more social, some that are more individual, along with the planting. And I very much appreciate the fact that, you know, this is not going to have a lot of maintenance, and we're looking at planting that's simple, robust, but effective. So I think that's all very thoughtful. The reason I was asking all these questions is because the one area that I feel perhaps could use some revisiting is the corner where the sidewalk ends against the waterfront, and the relationship of that knee wall with the northern terminus and the planting and the seating.
Right. I think so that area is actually outside of our project site, but that was a question that we received. And this end of Harper Street is not completely set. It could go a little further, it could go a little less. We might need to provide a turnaround here. But in response to the question that we received, we were thinking that it would be fairly straightforward to maybe add a little bit more planting, maybe protect that with some large boulders that kind of ties into the riprap and gives a sense of that planting just coming inland a little bit. So that's something that we could look at, although it's not currently in the scope. I mean, we would look to our builder partners here to see if that's something that they could incorporate into the plan.
I really like that idea. It's about just creating some sort of terminus. Right now, it feels like it's missing that bookend.
Right.
So I think that's along the right track.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further comments?
I had a manual question. Is there signage on the building? I know we're early, but how does DOT identify or not identify itself? I mean, Is there an idea about that?
I mean, the thought currently, and we have to develop this more with DOT, is that we would keep the signage to the perimeter of the site and not basically infuse any large signage onto the building at this point in time. But that's a conversation we're still having with DOT.
Well, related to that, actually, one thought I had was that, looking at the, the CSO facility and the wastewater treatment buildings in Gowanus, it's very legible what the functions of those are. And there's kind of like, this really smart design that wraps these kind of functions. And I think, for this building, what would you say the kind of signaling, in the design of the building of like what the function of the building is? In a way, it's maybe the plinth in some way, but I think that's the question that I would have. And this is not directive in any way, but it's an observation how those two buildings, like the function is really legible from the outside. Whereas with this, it's a beautiful building. It's very modernist. It looks great in the neighborhood, but in and of itself, its own function, how does that come out?
Yeah, I'd say it's a great question. Thank you. I'd say the driving factor really came in at those three conceptual images that once the team developed this idea of this large plinth just to house a real chunk of their program in a single flat level double height space, that really drove a lot of everything else we're seeing. So the simplicity of design was key, and just making, the more we got into it and thinking about the occupants of the building, the offices, they would be on a higher level, right, rather than down in the chaos of the yard itself. Higher level, taking advantage of what is a great site because of those views, while giving DOT everything it needs to function properly and operate accordingly while being safe. So I think those three images, conceptual images, were really the sort of driving factors here.
Two quick questions. One is the plinth is where the storage is, right? So how will storage be, like, will trucks be able to just get stuff dumped into them from above, or?
So we
is
have,
that-
we have a lift and an elevator, large scale lift and large scale elevator. So these two units here, which are extremely oversized, will take any of that material up to the
I
second floor,
see.
and then there'll be a forklift to distribute that
Got it.
material across the floor.
And then the other question is a landscape question, just on the northeast. You said there were shade structures there, and I just was wondering, like, was there any thought of having any trees there also? Maybe it's because you have straight shade structures.
Well, no, what I was saying was, right now, the employees have created sort of like makeshift shade structures to give themselves some shade when they're like on their breaks. But the areas that we have now are partly under the plinth. So we're going to have some significant shade in that area. So what we have is like a third of the garden area is kind of under the shade of that.
Oh, I see.
So we now have places where people can sit either in the shade or in the sun. So they kind of don't need that anymore. They
Got
don't
it.
need a shade structure because the plinth is serving as a shade structure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Laura, you had some requests on details for the next iteration?
I was just asking about the handrails. 'Cause-
Oh, yeah,
Because
yeah,
I know
okay.
there's gonna be, if you got everybody up there on the roof, there's gonna be some
Okay.
handrails. So I'm just interested to see how they get resolved because they're invisible right now.
Yes, we'll
Like
get
glass or something, but I don't know if that's happening.
They vaguely appear, but we'll get into those details for sure when we get into the next preliminary.
All right, well, I think with that, we want to thank you for this elegant contribution to our city's architecture. It's very fitting for the site and for the use of DOT. And when you come back, we would love to see some more planting at the end of Harper Street, yes? And a kind of more how you develop the terminus there, which I know you're already thinking about. And we look forward to the next submission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So is everyone? Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Our next committee meeting item is the conceptual review of the installation of distinctive lighting and a distinctive sidewalk at 299 Kent Avenue, the Domino Sugar Factory in Brooklyn. We'll not hear public testimony or vote on this project today. And I want to note that Commissioner Castilla is recused, so she has departed. You can begin when ready.
Hi, I'm Dave Lombino at Two Trees, Managing Director. I'm with my colleague Hale Everett, who runs our construction at Domino. He's a trained architect. Thanks for your time and attention to this issue. Really appreciate it. I think, this application, needs some context to kind of understand what we're up to here, and I appreciate your attention today. The Domino Sugar Refinery in the upper right here is a New York City landmark, or the facade of it is. We are in the process of redeveloping it into a office building on top with public amenities and retail on the ground floor. It sits just north of the Williamsburg Bridge. In Williamsburg along Kent Avenue. It's the centerpiece of the site. It is an absolute, it's an icon. Obviously, hopefully some of you have seen it either in Williamsburg or driving up and down the FDR. You can get a pretty good shot of it. It's been a labor of love for us. There's not a building a spec office building in 2023. Outside the central business districts is a challenge, to say the least. We've invested, a little bit more than $200 million in the restoration and construction of it to date. You can see the development around it. I think most important for this commission is Domino Park, which we built up front and before any of the buildings were completed, or actually in tandem with the building that's across the street. And it's been open since 2018. We've had more than 6 million visitors. It's a destination, not just for the neighborhood, but for the entire city. Really proud of the work that we've done there. But I think it helps to kind of understand the public nature of the refinery building itself. I think it's significant that when Two Trees bought this site in 2012, it was a very different plan that the previous developer and owner had. In that plan, the refinery was going to be for sale condominiums. We went through a elaborate land use review process back in 2013 and 14 to completely redesign the site. The biggest change that we made was to change the refinery use from residential for sale condominium to office and ground floor retail and public amenities. So this has been that was 10 years ago. We continue to grind. We've been working on the refinery since, investing a lot into it, basically since the pandemic, which, subsequently has hurt the office market considerably. We've been twice through landmarks on the design, again, on some of the treatment along Kent Avenue in terms of the marquee, which we'll get into in a second. But that gives you, some background of the building itself. I think, this is an important slide for this presentation, but because it shows that we actually own and control streets on 3 sides of the refinery. So you can see South 3rd Street, South 2nd Street, and River Street, which was a new street that we deliberately put into the Domino master plan in order to increase public access to Domino Park. I think it's worked very well, judging from our visitor use at Domino Park. So on those 3 streets, we intend to light the facade with hopefully the same treatment that we're hoping to light it with from Kent Avenue. So the commission, hoping for your understanding, the Kent Avenue piece is obviously a city-owned public street, and it's because of that reason that we're before you today. I'm going to turn it over to Hale I'll just talk briefly about the history. I mean, again, this was landmarked in 2007 by the LPC. There's a long history here. It was once the tallest building in Brooklyn. It was once the busiest sugar refinery in the country. You know, we're super proud. The history is not all good. There's a history of labor strife on the site. It means different things for different people, but I think everybody is really excited about what we've been doing there, and the fact that this will now be essentially certainly a more public building than a condominium, and we think quite a public building.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your time. And it's been a long day for all of you, so appreciate that. The lighting, I want to talk about the two things, the lighting concept and the paving. The lighting concept is an important part of this project. This building was completed for the second time by the Havemeyers in 1856. It has incredibly unique details that just don't exist anymore. Hand laid, and we'll see more slides closer up, but buttresses, corbelling, details that aren't done in construction anymore, and details that don't exist on the waterfront. As the waterfront transitions from industrial to residential and commercial, it is more commonplace to see glass and concrete than it is to see a building like this. So we feel that the uniqueness of this building as a standalone object in the park, with 3 private exposures and the 1 exposure on Kent Avenue, plus the fact that it has an incredibly unique heritage, really makes it ripe to celebrate it and illuminate it at night. Some of these details you can see, some of these are in the process of stabilizing the building. These steel buttresses are all gone, but these very unique and detailed arches that grace all the openings, all of these buttresses, bluestone and granite coursing throughout. These are the things that we want to articulate and accentuate, not just in the daytime, but also at the nighttime. These are a little hard to see on the screen, but we did some photometric studies to study how these light poles would achieve that goal. These poles, which you'll see in another detail, will have 2 of these fixtures on the light pole, one that will project toward the top of the parapet and one that will project toward the middle of the building, with the objective to get an even illumination along the elevation. And this is a good slide because it shows the private side, which is this publicly accessible private streets, 2nd Street, River Street, and South 3rd Street, and Kent Avenue here. So these magenta dots here, those 4 dots represent the request to install a light pole at the curb line so that we can point those lights up at the parapet and middle of the elevation. Those same detail are already in place around the other 3 exposures. So it also ties the sidewalk together. It becomes a uniform articulation around the entirety of the curb line. This shows it in more detail. There is one near DOT pole on the corner, the northeast corner. There are 2 on the opposite side of the street, 1 mid-block and 1 to the south. This is a study of showing similar projects where they're illuminated as an object. This building is not so different. This built in 1812. It obviously holds a little more gravitas as a place of governance, but it is a beautiful piece of architecture that is not being constructed anymore, that sits in a park with 4 exposures. We understand that this sort of ask is, there's a important reason why it's not commonplace to put bespoke poles all over your sidewalk. But we feel pretty strongly that this is not a risk of establishing a precedent, and the uniqueness of the architecture and the site make it very different from other properties. And this is a great view of not only the illumination, but also the requests for using granite stones at the entrance to articulate the arched entrance as you come in. So 2 requests here, one, the poles, which are represented in the rendering here, and 2, this unique paving pattern that extends out of the colonnade and into the building lobby. The reason why we feel that's important, we think that it becomes an extension of the lobby itself. This is a building that used to employ 4,500 people refining sugar. It will now employ thousands of people who are going to the office every day. And the intent of the lobby is more of a public space. You can actually step into that colonnade, and you can step beyond this line, and you can see, you can experience the new glass structure juxtapose the old masonry structure. Maybe you can go a couple more. That's the light pole. See, there's a nice section if you keep going. Oh, this is a good place to stop. So this is the lobby itself. So the materiality of the lobby extends out to the curb to articulate that colonnade. This is the actual entry point into the building envelope, the new curtain wall. These black squares or rectangles represent the brick masonry and the arches that can be penetrated through. So this is all very public. Anybody can walk off the street as well to go through the building. But in this zone here, you can experience the separation between old and new. And there's a section, next slide, I think, maybe 2 slides. Here. So in this zone, you can stand here and you can see the back of the masonry wall and all of the original details on that side. And on this side is the new curtain wall of the new envelope. And here are the materials. So again, we feel that it's the uniqueness of the building architecture, its heritage, and also its site that make it really ripe for these 2 elements.
I would also note that we had a hearing in front of the Community Board 1 earlier in June. It was approved by both the Land Use Committee unanimously, which is a hard thing to do, and by the full board unanimously. And I think for folks from the neighborhood, given that there'll be lighting from 3 sides of the facade, the Brooklyn facing side, I think is important. One, it adds an element of safety to what, can be a kind of a dark place along Kent. 2, it's a source of pride. It can be seen from the upland area. And we heard not a complaint in the mix about this proposal. And that's it. Well, happy to take questions, comments, etc.
Jimmy or Mara?
Oh, Mike, sorry.
It wasn't clear to me what the material is of the sidewalk that will extend.
This shows the idea is that the material we use inside the body comes out to beautiful. Oh, sorry. Did anybody hear me? It's granite. So these pavers would come out to the curb, and this is just a material sample, but there'd be a 2 foot by 4 foot pattern that would extend out. So you want to talk about that? Sure.
When we bought the 11-acre site in 2011, there was, we bought the entire 11 acres. There was precedent for these streets. Historically, we wanted to reconnect the street grid. So rather than have a big super block akin to what was formerly known as Atlantic Yards, we wanted this to integrate with the street network. So part of the kind of genius of the shop design master plan was to really pull the park into the neighborhood by reconnecting these east-west streets. It's just part of it. Yeah, we pay for its maintenance, the snow removal. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like a street, it looks like a New York City street, very deliberately, the previous plan had a cul-de-sac there. We wanted it to look and feel very much like a New York City street with the goal of making it more public. So you're right, Commissioner, it's not private. It in fact allows more public use.
Thank you. First of all, unanimous vote of the community board, very impressive. Having served on my community board a long time ago and on the land use committee. And you said something about the lighting on Kent Avenue that really resonated with me, which is that the residents of the community Upland want to see this landmark illuminated just as much as the folks from Manhattan can see it illuminated. And it's interesting that you chose an image of the Hunters Point Library because we had the same discussion, right? Is that some folks wanted folks in Manhattan to see a stunning, beautiful building in Queens, but we knew that it was just as important for the residents of Queens to see the stunning building.
Yep.
And so I like, this project is gorgeous. My office is on Wall Street now, and I take the ferry often and pass it, and it's just gorgeous to see it. I think it is important that it's uplit. I think it's important that Brooklynites get to see what everyone else gets to see. And so I think the exception here is, for me, minimal and the outcome desirable. So I just want to say that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Other
Well, I think
commissioners?
it's important to point out that Hunters Point Library and the Met are on city property, and this is a private development. So I think the extension of the kind of, visual identity of the lobby is extending, a privately owned space into the public right away. So for me, I think that makes me a little bit uncomfortable. And, I think it's very generous to offer this private space for people to publicly access. You say everyone can go through it. So I hope anyone can actually, go through these areas. But I would also say, with the canopy, with the kind of, entrance, functionally, I think there is signal enough that you can enter into that building.
Lori.
Yeah, love the building. Love the building. But I do, I have similar thoughts as Manuel, my colleague here, about the confusion of a public building and actually a private development. So I concur with him there. And I was curious about, because I know Nick is here, about the light level. He's really getting it today. The light level on the sidewalk, because you said the community's concerned about the light level, but the city has to provide a certain light level. Is it 20 foot? How many foot candles on the sidewalk do we normally have? Because it's usually quite bright.
Yeah.
The
And
city illumination.
correct. And so we do have to provide a minimum standard foot candles from our own DOT streetlights.
Right.
I think, as was pointed out, there is one at the corner. There are also 2 streetlights across the street of Kent Avenue that are really providing the illumination here for the street and for the sidewalks. Kent Avenue is actually pretty narrow overall. So as far as I understand, and obviously happy to talk with our street lighting folks, but this meets our minimum in terms
So
of
that meets
providing
the level on the whole
the
sidewalk.
lighting
for what-
requirements that are for the sidewalk and for the roadway.
Right. And so you guys want to put these extra lights to light the building, not the sidewalk. It's not really lighting the sidewalk more because it's already lit according to what the city would deem safe, right?
Yeah, if it's, if there was a desire at the community board level to have additional downlighting, if that was something this commission was interested in, we might be able to, or we would be able to change the design of the light to also have light the sidewalk as well.
And you rejected the idea for the raised median. I thought that was a nice, happy compromise.
Yeah,
Because you were saying I'm rejecting the raised median because it costs money, but I'm putting granite in the sidewalk and I'm bringing it out. So I'm just kind of a
Sure.
little.
No, I appreciate, worked hand
confused
in,
about that.
hand in hand with DOT for a number of years on a lot of issues. We've supported the Brooklyn Greenway philanthropically for a decade. You know, we are not in the street construction business. You know, this is a spec office building in 2023. You know, I thought I appreciated the kind of opportunistic nature of the proposal. I'm glad that our taxpayers our civil servants are fighting on behalf of the taxpayers, but it's not our responsibility to build DOT's median. We'd love to see it happen. You know, to the extent they do it, we'd be happy to move if the commission appreciate or likes that design better, we'd be happy to move our street lights to the median. I think it's less good of a solution. The lighting is more diffuse. You have a harder time getting a wash. Yes. You have a harder time getting like the right wash to the facade. You know, obviously another way to do it would be to puncture the facade and do lights there. Given this is a landmark, you know, LPC was not for that. You know, so we're kind of a little bit stuck, right?
Can you just describe though the lighting that you do have on this facade without those additional lights so we could understand?
Sure. I
Because you have
think the
lighting in
mark.
that space, right? And then you have the canopy.
Yeah, that marquee one's probably the best one. Dave.
Without these additional lights, what do you have?
So the lot itself, the facade runs approximately 200 feet. So it's a lot of surface area. So this marquee here is approximately 60 feet. And this would be the only point of illumination on the exterior of the facade. So this has lights going down and washing up here.
And washing up.
Right? But you would not get with the other three exposures lit uniformly, you would not turn the corner and get that quality of light that extends along the entirety of the facade.
Because you have those same lights on the sides.
Correct.
Those are what you were showing.
Correct.
And the distinctive pavement is a must. I mean, I'm very much against distinctive pavement, so just saying.
Yeah, I mean, that's more of our ideal. The lights for us are our priority. The distinctive sidewalk is an ideal. You know, I think we do achieve, as Commissioner Miranda pointed out, you know, there was a problem. It's a 500,000 square foot building. It's enormous. If you haven't been, I welcome everyone here to go, and we'll give you, you know, a tour, et cetera. But identifying the entranceway amidst this colonnade of identical looking, you know, windows / doors, you know, is a challenge. So we took this through LPC. The community board approved it as well. But the distinctive sidewalk, you know, we would concede, you know, if that was.
I mean, it's just something we've been not promoting on all kinds of projects all over the city. You know,
I get it.
Public, just I mean, you change it. Big can of worms. So just FYI.
Agree with all that. The genesis of it was really what David said. It was not trying to adorn this historical facade with signage and blade signs and marquees and other things to articulate the point of entry. So it was a way of pointing to the pedestrian where to enter the building. And now I think the marquee has been more successful than we anticipated. So it's a little out of balance, but it's a fair point.
I have to say, listening to you guys talk about this in very real way, I am reminded that, you know, this is all built on enslavement, and that this whole building and celebrating the architecture of the building while not addressing the legacy of enslavement, it just, to me, it is a symbol of, nothing could be more connected to the legacy of enrichment on enslavement than sharecropping, except the sugar industry. So obviously you made some allusion to this in saying that it's not all a history that's wonderful, but very specifically unwonderful, in my opinion. But the architecture is only beautiful in that it is decoupled from the legacy of the enslaved people who are the foundation of the profit that was built there. And then, of course, the immigrants who were used on site and died at, I think, something like a 20% rate annually. And then, so the beauty of it all is that you've erased the workers and the legacy of the workers. And that's kind of what's in this building to me. But then, so to me, kind of bringing the building more out of the building onto this sidewalk that's public, that doesn't have that legacy, I would say I probably don't want to do that, but that's only because I know about that history and legacy. And I also wondered if in this plan of celebrating the site, if there's an ongoing space within it, especially if you're bringing people in from the public to see this grand facade, if there is an opportunity there to explore this history of enslavement behind this grand facade.
You know, we've tried to be, you know, I totally see that perspective. We've tried to honor it and acknowledge it to the extent we can. We hosted, partnered with Creative Time in 2014 and hosted Carol Walker, who did an exhibit here called Sugar Baby that was, I think, really captured a lot of some of the themes that I don't know if anyone here actually saw it, but we had a couple 100,000 people. It was the first time a lot of people had been on the site in decades. So I now, you know, to be continually mindful of it, I think, you know, the park is a treasure. You know, we spent tens of millions of dollars on that park out of our pocket. It's much nicer than it needs to be. And you know, if you go to Domino Park, I think, you know, you find it as you do New York City parks, an incredible, you know, cross section of the community, and it's celebrated by everyone. So I think I hear what you're saying. I think we've tried our best, although maybe clumsy at times, to honor some of that history, and I think we would intend to continue to discuss it and honor it as well.
I think in our work in 2014 that is no longer on the site doesn't in any way address any of the current situation that the building itself as a facade, which you are celebrating. And I'm not going to tell you that you're not celebrating the facade and architecture in general, but that architecture is a symbol of white supremacy to people of color who you removed when you built this. And I don't know if you consider that as an ongoing consideration, but essentially this is the most expensive real estate in the country, vacillating week to week between this and San Francisco, this area code, where I used to live in 1990. And it was a very different place in 1990, and you weren't there, but I was. So I say to you, I think a consideration, and this has not got to do with the wondrous buttresses and various architectural elements, which I do also really like, but that there should be a space, since you're inviting a public in a continuing way, talk about the fact that this building is a literally built on the backs of African enslavement and European immigrants who literally died at 20% a year and lost 20 pounds a day working in this factory. So that I think I don't think that isn't part of New York real estate, because it is, obviously, but in very particular real estate terms, that you want even more from what is there on the public sidewalk, even those little steps more to make more of an imposition of the building on the public, to say, we want to take even more of your steps and invite you in, but not actually tell you what this is historically built upon. It doesn't seem quite honest to me. And to say that you would do that and not consider that, it's odd to me. That said, you know, there is not affordable housing anywhere near this site anymore. And if I wanted to go there, I'd have to bring my kids, and I have been. I went to Domino Park. It's fantastic. I'm not saying it's not. But I think even these small impositions on the fact that people need to move themselves around this building on a public sidewalk so that you can light this building, which was built on the backs of people who had to move around people who use their labor. I find that to be, it's an imposition, and I don't think necessary, because there are other ways to light the building.
thank you. I would just note that this project as a whole is generating 700 units of affordable housing. So, but just FYI, thank you.
We could have a conversation about what affordable housing is, but that's another story. And I know that there's going to be some conversation about that is affordable housing. But okay.
Sorry if this is just, not, if this is ignorance, but is there a reason why the lights can't go on the building itself?
Because it's landmarked.
Because it's landmarked.
The facade is very specifically landmarked. So yeah.
I think it's a difficult question because, the sidewalk is, specifically public too. So I think that's, it's a kind of bind, I guess. So, and I appreciate a lot what Ken Seth said. For me, where I would kind of identify the kind of threshold is, the public sort of, public realm versus the private realm. Obviously, it's your site and I also really love the area too. I do think it does require a certain level of economy to be able to access the kind of amenities around it, aside from the park itself, which of course is free. But, I do think like, even though it seems very small, I think symbolically, as kind of Ken Seth illustrated, it is kind of a strong imposition, I think, to extend, kind of private developments sort of amenities to the public space. So that's kind of where I am on it too. But I appreciate the presentation and I think it has done a lot for that area too. So the site itself.
Any comments before I summarize the feedback for the team for their next?
So is there the history of the site is important, right? And I'm sure you all agree. So is there any contextualization, any panels? Because for people to walk into what obviously was a building where lots of people worked incredibly hard for a very long time. Is there a desired ability to have some kind of contextualization of what once happened here? You often see that, right? And putting up something to acknowledge the site and the history of the site.
I think it's something we would, consider. That's certainly on, on the website and on the park, tours through the park, and there's a self-guided tour through the park. The history is available, but there's not a specific, sign or signage of demarcation currently.
I guess I am encouraging you that may be something that you could find a space. You just said it's a massive building, right? The square footage is just massive. And you hope to have lots of people going through that, right? Even people aren't going to work there, they're just walking in. And we've all been in places, historic places, where it does make a difference to have a spot, a place, right? A moment to reflect on what was, who was here, right? It didn't begin with me. Lots of other people were here before me. I just encourage you to do that.
First of all, I just want to say I appreciate your words and don't take them lightly. I think it's probably a little naive to separate the use of the building from the craft. And when I talked about celebrating the facade, I was really focused on the craft. So I just want you to know that I think what you said is very important. And Manuel, what you said, I totally appreciate the differentiation between marking a point of entry and creating a boundary. And depending how you talk about those things, you can talk about them and position them in either way. And I think they're both true. So you're right to point out that it can be viewed as an imposition. I would argue that the lighting poles, I think is much less of an imposition. I mean, the square footage that it's taking is not particularly usable at the perimeter of the curb and is not significant in area.
And Ken Seth, you're really the person who brought it to my mind. My friend Ellen Futter was the head of the Museum of Natural History. And she did a remarkable thing by having an inclusive conversation about how we get to where the Museum of Natural History had to be. When she removed the statue of Teddy Roosevelt, I mean, she was a leader in that. Personally, I think we're talking about something that is monumental in this neighborhood. You've created something monumental. Kenseth's point is obviously at the heart of, you know, what you were able to build on because it existed for the reasons that he pointed out. I think it would be really important to invite those commissioners interested in this part of the conversation to the site for an hour or two. I certainly know that I would benefit by it. I don't know who else would want to go. So we can walk through a little bit and feel it. You're creating something so extraordinary, but it's very abstract. The history is not abstract. And so you want to marry the beauty of what you're creating with the context that I think Kenseth so eloquently presented. You want to go? Are we invited?
We would welcome that. We'd be grateful for your time to do that. So that would be wonderful.
Okay, you know, me too. Okay.
I'd visit if it was to actually discuss concretely how you would honor the enslavement of Africans who helped build this building. That I would do. And the Eastern Europeans who died disproportionately to enrich those who owned this building. Exactly my point. Exactly my point.
Bill, did you want to add something before I? Okay. So a few things for the before the next review. I think we all agree that it makes sense to honor the craft of the facade. And because of landmark considerations, I think we are open, if I'm channeling my commissioners, to seeing the next iteration with the lighting, which makes perfect sense. And the rationale is convincing, less so on the pavement. So we'd like to see you return without that. And then with regard to Kenseth's point, I want to recognize that Two Trees has been a leader in innovation about how we respect or don't respect our history, right? Architecturally, you have. And, you know, the situation here is not removal of a monument, but it's telling the story in exactly the same way, and we need to correct our stories. So I think we would like to make the site visit, and then I think if there's a company that can lead the way in telling the story of a tragic history and an unjust history that resulted in something that remains magnificent, but still we need to recognize that history in a way that you would feel comfortable spending time there. We can figure that out, and certainly Two Trees can figure that out.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
The Schomburg Center. Public Library studies this issue better than anyone. And the context that they would be able to provide for this and how to get it right would be unbelievable. And I mean, I would contact the people at the public library to access the archives that Schomburg has. And I think you will find a treasure trove of context, so.
And actually,
I'm a minor expert on the legacy of Frederick Church, Hudson River School painter. And, you know, at first people were kind of, a complicated history. They thought it would detract from the site, but it didn't. It actually created more interest in the site and more engagement in the site. This was pushback that I received when I started to make artwork about Frederick Church and the Hudson River School painters and Manifest Destiny and the relationship between the two. But if you push on the site and allow it to be there, that history to be there, you'll get more out of it than less out of it. And you could pull in Schomburg as a partner. You could have an outpost of the Schomburg specifically about the history But if you don't, it will eventually be a backlash.
Well, the entire site being as inclusive as possible and the building being inclusive is important. So really appreciate your comments.
I mean, I was just going to add really briefly that I think it's great that you're inviting people into that space beyond the facade, but it would be great for people to know why.
Yeah.
Why am I here? You know, and I think answering that question, how.
So just to make sure we don't have any confusion, we're confirming that the poles would be not in the median, but on the sidewalk. That we'd like to see the next iteration without the distance of the sidewalk coming out of the building. And then we really,
I know they didn't do that. You're confirming that they are not accepting the proposed meetings. We're not approving.
we're not approving that, no. And that we're going to explore, and you are telling this story of the history. And we'll do that, we can do that together. Is that got all the points?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So where are the lights ending up?
We did not
In the
approve.
next iteration, where
We've expressed a preference for them to be in the median, but we are understanding that that perhaps would not be the case when it comes back to us.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Sorry, you have to.
Yes, okay. With that, this concludes our meeting, and the public meeting